Welcome everyone. We're playing Quiz Game Museum on the PC. Half of infinity is still infinity. Play. Why does enter? Enter does not work. What? Guys, take a guess. What button is accept? It's not enter. Z? It's not Z. Escape? J? It's not J. Will it be spacebar? It's spacebar. Okay. Game 1? Game 2? Oh god. Oh god. There's 53 games. There's 53 games. Oh, it says right there on the bottom. Oh god. Well, better start this. Oh shit, wait, stop all timers. Okay, there we go. Souls-like. Fun. Which of the following best represents the core combat design of the typical Souls-like genre? Combo score, button mashing, automatic dodge, stamina management based combat. Which of the following is the most common death penalty in typical Souls-like games? Level reset, immediate restart after game over. Dropping resources with a chance to recover them. That sounds right. Complete destruction of equipment. It's garbage. Which of the following best describes the role of checkpoints in the Souls-like games? Player waiting in here, a baseline for risk and reward, automatic difficult, story branch selection. The role of checkpoints. What? A baseline for risk and reward, I guess? Or story branch selection? No, it's not story branch. There's no story branches in Souls-likes. I think it's risk and reward baseline. Yeah, what does that mean? But I think that's right, and it was right. Which of the following is a correct level design characteristic of typical Souls-like games? Interconnected layouts with shortcuts, that sounds right. Linear stage progression, mission-based structure, randomly... Yeah. Yellow. Which of the following best explains From Software's narrative delivery method as the creator of the Souls-like games? Narration, cutscene, dialogue, environment and item description. Environment and item description? Where's the loading screen? Well, okay. Which of the following is a Souls-like game? Skyrim, Monster Hunter, Ninja Gaiden, or Demon's Souls? If they're written by a chatbot, yeah. Which of the following is a Souls-like game? Salt and Sanctuary? I think? Yep. Which of the following is not a Souls-like game? Bayonetta? Which of the following is a Souls-like game? Neo. Which of the following is a Souls-like game? The Surge? Not the other three. Which of the following is not a Souls-like game? God Eater or Code Vein? I don't know. I know Mortal Shell and Lies of P are Souls-likes. God Eater. Weep Souls. Okay. Which of the following is a Souls-like game? Steel Rising? Or God of War Ragnarok? Or Dragon's Dogma? I don't know. It's not near. Yellow? Alright. Which of the following is a Souls-like game? Elden Ring. Which of the following is not a Souls-like game? Street Fighter 6. Which of the following is a game with Souls-like systems? Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, I think. Yeah. Which of the following is a Souls-like? Depression. Thymesia? The other three aren't. Which of the following is a Souls-like game? Titan Souls. Which of the following is a Souls-like game? Hellpoint. So we know Hellpoint is a Souls-like. Mortal Shell is a Souls-like. Lords of the Fallen or Freedom Wars? Yellow? Which of the following is the earliest Souls-like genre game? Demon Souls, right? That's the first one? Freedom Wars sounds like mega bullshit. We got 20 points! Oh my god. We did it. That was awful. That was so bad. Game 2, shoot 'em up. Oh god. We need to do all of them, Gons. Which of the following most accurately defines a scrolling shooter game? A scrolling shooter. A game where constant movement requires evasion and shooting at the same time. A game that realistically recreates aerial combat. A game where shooting accuracy is the most important fact. What? A game where the player controls an aircraft to shoot. I guess the top one? Which is the most appropriate reason why stopping or taking cover rarely appears in vertical or horizontal scroller shooter games? Arcade traditions, technical limitations, difficulty, because the state of flying itself is a core game rule. Difficulty? No? What? Which best describes the role of shooting? A way to gain points by following rhythm, a method for increasing score, a secondary means of reducing enemy health, clearing dangerous space in advance to assist movement. What? Okay. What is the most typical failure condition in scrolling shooter games? Mission objectives, time limit, hit, being hit. Which best explains the role of bullet patterns in scrolling shooter games? Amplifying graphical, increasing difficulty, testing players' reaction speed, visually representing predictable paths that can be dodged. In bullet hell shooters, which element must the player recognize most importantly? Bullet patterns and save zones. Which game is regarded as the origin of the scrolling shooter genre? Space Invaders. Which is not an early fixed screen shooter? Radius. Which game established the basic format of horizontal scrolling shooters? Horizontal. 1942? No, no. Oh, yeah. Which game introduced the power-up bar system? Gradius? Which game is characterized by terrain pressure and slow progression? What? Terrain pressure? I don't know. R-Type? What do you... There's no slow progression in R-Type, right? Terrain pressure? That doesn't make sense. I don't know Raiden or Gunbird. And I don't really know Dodonpachi either. It does scroll slow as shit. Yeah, but what? It is R-Type. What does it mean? Which is not a vertical scrolling shooter. Darius? Which is not a bullet hell shooter developed by Cave. Raiden or Ketsui, I guess. Ketsui. It must be Raiden. Which is a representative bullet hell shooter game. Dodonpachi? Sure. Which shooter incorporates strong character elements? Raiden. No. Which game centers on a black and white polarity switching system? Ikaruga. Which series became the center of the Dojin bullet hell shooter culture? Toho. Which game is known for its graze close dodge system? I don't know. Gunbird? No. Which console title modernized traditional scrolling shooters most successfully? R-Type? Which abstract shooter combines rhythm and visual presentation? An abstract shooter. Rez? I still got gold? No, I only got bronze. Oh my god. 14 out of 20 is bronze. Is it gonna be the exact same questions? Yeah. So this was not to increase difficulty. The state of flying is a core game rule? So the basic format of horizontal scrolling shooters. I guess it's Gradius then. So this must be Raiden. Okay. I didn't know this one. I think I forget what I chose. Strong character elements? Do we know? It's not R-type, but I don't know the other three. Gunbird? Alright. We didn't get this one, I think. Gray's close dodge system. Do you get points in Ikaruga for grazing? I don't think you do. It's not Ikaruga or Donpachi. I think I guessed Gunbird. So it's probably Psy-Varier? Oh. What does Psy-Varier look like? That doesn't say much. Psy-Varier. Well, it looks like a shmup. That might have a graze system. Yeah, it looks like it. I don't know. No YouTubing? Sure. I don't know these games. Which console title modernized traditional scrolling shooters most successfully? It wasn't R-Type. I guess Gradius 5? Sure. And Rez. Alright. Platformers. Which of the following most accurately defines a platformer game? A game where item collection is the core focus. A game centered on defeating enemies through action. A game that requires fast reflexes. A game where players overcome space through character movement and jumping. Which element functions most importantly than jumping in platformers? Which element functions more importantly than jumping in platformers? What? No, it wasn't character speed. What? Which best describe... Can we just restart? Oh yeah. It's very laggy. Landing position. Sure, it's the landing position. Which best describes the role of air in platformer games? A bonus area, a safe zone, an opportunity to attack, an unstable state. Sure. Which is the correct reason platformer games provide strong satisfaction? Rewards are plentiful, scores are set high, presentation is dramatic, players can recognize the cause of failure themselves. I mean, red, but... Oh, I'm so satisfied by the recognition of my failure point. Oh! That's so satisfying. Which is the most appropriate characteristic of a pure platformer? It works even without fighting. Combat is essential. Item collection, story. Okay. Which question best reveals the essence of a platformer game? How many points? When should I use? Can I reach? 20 feet. Can I reach? Which early title formally established the concepts of jumping and platforms in the platformer genre? Donkey Kong. Which game established the textbook level design of platformers? Super Mario Bros. Which game reinterpreted platformer feel by focusing on speed and inertia? Sonic. Which is a representative platformer combining precise jumping and pattern learning? Pitfall? What? Which game fully integrated exploration structure into platformers? Symphony of the Night? Which game expanded platformer expression through realistic physics and animation? Prince of Persia. Which game established the basic controls and camera rules of 3D platformers? SM64. Which 3D platformer emphasized movement and atmosphere over combat? Eco? Does Eco even have a jump button? Eco is a very good game, but it is not a platformer. I think it does have a jump button, but it's a puzzle game. It's a puzzle game. It's an action puzzle game. Which game turned movement itself into narrative in a platformer? I guess Ori? What is this quiz? What the fuck is this quiz? Which game combined platformer rules with the concept of time manipulation? Braid. Which game combined platformers with creative tool concepts? Little Big Planet? Which game modernly synthesizes the traditional platformer formula? Modernly synthesizes? Odyssey? What? I don't even know what that question means! Which game does not belong to the platformer genre? Pac-Man. Which is not a platformer? Doom. Is it not gonna give me gold? Ugh, you need to get every question right to get gold. Alright, fine. Okay. Which is a representative platformer combining precise jumping and pattern learning? I guess it's Mega Man 2? But like, Pitfall is older than Mega Man 2, and that is exactly what Pitfall is. The definition of Pitfall is a platformer with pattern recognition. But that's not correct. I guess it's Mega Man 2. Not Mega Man. Alright. Yeah, pretty much. Action adventure. There's 53 of these sets. Guys, there's 53 of these. There's 53 of these. These have to be AI generated, right? Which of the following most accurately defines an action-adventure game? A game where character stat growth, a game that solves exploration and situations through immediate control, a game centered on story appreciation, fast combat reactions. It solves red, I guess? Which best describes the role of action in action-adventure games? Difficulty adjustment devised? What? Element for scoring points. Means to progress the adventure. Combat itself is the objective. What is the key criterion that distinguishes action-adventure from pure action games? Combat is a means of progression rather than the goal. Number of enemies, camera perspective, graphic style. Okay. What is the biggest difference between action-adventure and RPGs? Player skill matters more than numerical growth. What is the role of interaction elements in action-adventure games? Problem solving? Why is avoiding combat sometimes possible? Combat is not the only solution? But what if it is, though? What if it is? Which question best represents the definition of the action-adventure genre? How can I get past this situation? Which game is considered the starting point of the action-adventure genre concept? Adventure? I mean, it has to be, right? That's the oldest one. Which game established combat, exploration, and puzzles as equally valid solutions? What? None of these. What do you mean? Metroid requires exploration, puzzles, and combat. Prince of Persia requires exploration, puzzles, and combat. Tomb Raider requires exploration, combat, and puzzles. And The Legend of Zelda requires exploration, combat, and puzzles. Oh, which game established it? I guess Zelda? Is Zelda or older than Metroid? I think it is, right? Okay. Which action-adventure made backtracking a core structural element? Metroid? Which game led to the popularization of 3D action-adventure? I guess Tomb Raider? Which action-adventure reinterpreted combat itself as a puzzle? Shadow of the Colossus? Which action-adventure series emphasizes cinematic direction and exploration flow? Uncharted? I guess? Which game turned failure into a learning process in action-adventure design? Dark Souls? Which action-adventure most strongly asks, how will you get through this? Death Stranding? My brain hurts. My brain hurts from what? Which game represents a structure where gaining abilities changes spatial access? Oh, you mean upgrades? Metroid? This game's playing 4D chess, dude. Which game defined freedom in the action-adventure genre? Redefined freedom. What do you mean it redefined freedom? Breath of the Wild is the only one that has freedom, right? Control is a first-person shooter. Which game Dude, Breath of the Wild redefined gaming. What do you mean? What do you mean it redefined gaming? Breath of the Wild is the ultimate form of everything wrong with gaming up to that point. It's the ultimate culmination of everything wrong with the gaming industry. That is Breath of the Wild. Which game is designed so situations can be overcome through combat, stealth, or avoidance? But we're talking about action-adventure. I mean, Hitman Blood Money is obviously the solution. But we're in the action-adventure genre. Which game emphasizes combat presentation, but also relies on puzzles and traversal as core progression? Devil May Cry? Does Devil May Cry have puzzles? It has traversal. God of War? Okay. Why does the action-adventure genre often feel difficult to categorize? What do you mean? It's the most widespread category. What do you mean? Difficult to categorize. It's vague? That's not what it's asking though. Because it's not a popular genre, because its history is short, because the definition is vague, because it uses multiple genre-solving methods simultaneously. Genre-solving methods? What does that mean? I think I'm gonna say vague. It's wrong. And we didn't get the gold. Alright. Quick. Just quickly get it. Alright, it uses multiple genre-solving solutions. It feels AI and Indian Philippine English. We gotta do the needful, dude. We gotta do the needful to solve this intergenre solution. You wanted to know the categories: action, RPG, rhythm, open world, strategy, character, 80s, 90s, general, makers, games of Korea, game makers, Sega, Nintendo, general, people. Oh my god. It gets stupid, alright? Wait, which one was this? Which of the following most accurately defines an action game? Character stat growth, spatial exploration, immediate control skills. Which question do action games most frequently ask the player? Handle situation, story. Yeah, handle the situation. Which best describes the meaning of combat in action games? The core objective. Which criterion best distinguishes action games from action-adventure games? Whether combat is the goal or a mean of progression. Which best describes the role of space in action games? Choices accumulate results. Stage that tests combat and control. Remember, story. Okay, combat and control. Why is repeated play important in action games? To improve the player's control mastery. Which action game evaluates how stylishly you fight as a key metric? Bayonetta? Which action game requires pattern memorization and precise execution? What? Asteroids doesn't have patterns. Contra doesn't have patterns. Bayonetta doesn't have patterns. And Hitman Blood Money I haven't played, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't have patterns. I think it wants Contra? But Contra sure doesn't have patterns! What do you mean? Which is a belt scroll action game? A belt scroll action game? You mean a belt scroller? where you fight large number of enemies. Well, Streets of Rage. Which action game clearly features a style score system? Devil May Cry. Which action game directly demands high-level control mastery? Either God of War or Ninja Gaiden Black? I guess Ninja Gaiden Black? Does it though? Which of the following is not a belt scroll action game? Doom. Which is a traditional shooting action game? I mean Galaga, but a shooting action game? Which action game focuses on frames, distance, and mind games? Street Fighter 2. Is everything an action game, guys? Everything is an action game now. Which game tests action mastery through parry and timing-based combat? Sifu? Which is a modern successor to traditional belt-scroll action games? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge. Which is a unique action game that combines rhythm and action? Hi-Fi Rush. Which action game centers on mech control and high-speed combat? I guess Armored Core 6? Which game maximizes high-speed first-person action? Maximizes? Ghost Runner? Is that like a parkour game or something? It has running in the name, yeah. But I don't know what Ghost Runner is. I assume it's like a parkour game or something. Which game emphasizes feel through parry-focused combat design? Rise of P? Isn't it Lies of P? Rise of P. It is Rise of P. Look, all right, not trying to be, you know, racist. Not trying to be racist, but okay. We got it. We got gold. AI generated in Chinese and then translated to English. Yep. RPG. I hope FK didn't pay a lot of money for this. Which of the following most accurately defines an RPG? Story progression? No, story appreciation, spatial exploration, player choices, and character growth. I guess that one. Which questions do RPGs most frequently ask the player? The puzzle, develop, push on the next. How long? Red or green? I guess green? Or do they... or red? Yeah, red is wrong. Green is correct. I think. But I also think it wants red. I also think it wants red. Even though green is more correct. It wanted red! Okay. Which best describes the role of combat in RPGs? A pure action objective? A process to confirm growth results? A tool for story progression? Or a device to test control skills? What? Blue? No, it's not blue. Presentation? What? Oh, a tool for story presentation. Oh! So that... Okay. That changes things. It's not green. I guess red? Which is the most appropriate primary cause of failure? Insufficient character growth or poor choices? Which genre fits the following description? Even with the same player, combat results differ depending on character build. Oh! I wonder which one it is in the RPG category! It's RPG, guys. Which explanation best describes the concept of role in role-playing game? Difficulty selection, profession setting, roles and playstyles are determined by class, character appearance customization. Profession, I guess? What does green even want? What does green even mean? It's wrong! What do you mean? What do you mean it's wrong? Which criterion best explains the difference between JRPG and WRPG? What? What? Which? What? Who? What? When? What? What's a WRPG? WRPG. A Western role-playing game. Okay. Playtime, platform, narrative delivery, and character freedom. I guess that one. Which combination is correctly referred to as the Big Three Western RPGs? What? What? Huh? Red is the old ones. Alright. Which RPG introduced morality, choice, and how to live as a system? Dungeons and Dragons? Don't know? Might and Magic, I don't think has that at all. Let's just say D&D. It's not D&D! Which game most influenced JRPGs with its party composition, class, and dungeon-focused structure? Ultima? That might be Wizardry? I don't know RPGs. Which game is considered the traditional starting point of JRPGs? Dragon Warrior? Which 1990s PlayStation title made JRPGs globally recognized? Final Fantasy VII? Which Western RPG directly reflects player choices and consequences in the world? I mean, there's only one Western RPG on this list. Which was the first RPG created by Richard Garriott? Aklabeth? Sure. Sure, Peanuts. Which of the following is not a turn-based JRPG? Elden Ring? Which game established the standard for free exploration-focused Western RPGs? Free exploration-focused. Morrowind? Which game modernly revived the CRPG tradition? CRPG. CRPG is... CRPGs. CRPG. Computer role-playing games. What? Okay. Why do they call it computer role-playing games? The fuck? Which game led the popularization of open-world RPGs? Morrowind? What? They wanted Skyrim? Wait. So... They wanted Skyrim... And Oblivion wasn't an option. But Morrowind was. They wanted Skyrim, but Oblivion was not an option. Yikes. Okay. Which WRPG reinterprets JRPG-style turn-based combat, presentation, and world-building in a modern way? Clair Obscur Expedition 33? Sure. Which contrast pair best demonstrates the difference between JRPGs and WRPGs? What? I guess Ultima Wizardry is the only option? Is Ultima a Western or a JRPG? But why would it pick Ultima 5? Ultima is Western. So there's only one JRPG on this entire thing. That's 4, yeah, whatever. Still, like... Wait. 17 out of 20 is still not silver? What? What do you mean 17 out of 20 is still not silver? What is this? Anyone want to play on the Arcade machine? Man, I want to know what the Arcade machine is playing. Maybe it's the... No, that's an F at the end, right? The Arkakev machine. You know what? 17 out of 20 is enough. Rhythm game. Only 10 times? I think she's more than 10 times higher res. What best defines a rhythm game? Game that tests fast reaction speed, focused on character growth. Inputs must be performed at fixed timings. Yes. What best represents skill in rhythm games? Decision making, timing and input, patterns, dance. Timing and input. What is the most appropriate role of music in rhythm games? Narrative, standard... The standard that defines game rules and structure. Atmosphere creation. Reward element. Narrative support element. What? It's patterns? What's patterns? What? None of these are correct. I lost the question. What is the most appropriate role of music? The standard that defines game rules and structure. Atmospheric creation. Yeah, that does sound like... The other three make no sense. So, green... Green could make sense. Maybe. Which of the following is not a core judgment type in rhythm games? Wait, what? Which of the following is not a core judgment type? Miss, crit, good, critical hit, I guess? What factor most strongly affects the difficulty? Music, BPM, and rhythm structure. Which best describes the interface of rhythm games? Text selection, minimap, UI that visualizes flow of time, spatial exploration focused UI. What? What do you... What? What? Text selection, focused UI? I'm lost. I'm very lost here. Just pick yellow. My heart goes to green. But yellow, I don't know. Yellow. No, I guess it was green. Which game first implemented the core rhythm game rules of falling notes and timing input? Never. Oh, Taiko is the drum game, right? It has to be Melody Blaster, maybe? I don't know what Melody Blaster is. It's Melody Blasters. Oh, it's the same the same answers, just a different question. Which game first clearly established the modern rules of rhythm games? Beatmania? Nope, nope, nope. Which of the following is not a rhythm game? Blue or yellow? Yellow? Okay. Which game led to the popularization of arcade rhythm games, DDR? Which does not follow traditional rhythm game conventions? Wii Music? Which rhythm game is closest to a parody of performance simulation? What? I mean, Trombone is a parody, but a parody of performance simulation? Which game blurred the boundary between rhythm and action games? Hi-Fi Rush. Which, yeah, that was definitely the first game to do that. Which game introduced new rhythm game interface through touch input? Taiko? Or was it Osu? It depends which of the two is older. Osu is the one where you use your mouse to, like, follow the thing, right? I think that's Osu. It's the DS game. Alright, we'll try green. Sure. Which rhythm game focuses on simple beat perception rather than complex note patterns? Taiko. No? Well, which game combines rhythm gameplay with roguelike dungeon exploration? Crypt of the Necrodancer. Which game turns rhythm input into unit commands? Patapon? Which game synchronizes FPS combat entirely with musical beats? Metal Hellslinger? Sure. Which VR rhythm game lets players slice music beats using both hands? Beat Saber. Which VR game evaluates music completion by judging speed, angle, and gestures of both hands? Maestro? Okay. Well. Game 8. Open World and Sandbox. What best defines an open world game? Creation tools, no fixed objectives, and freely move through a single continuous world. 3 playstyles. What best represents the core characteristic of sandbox games? Combat, predefined, the story behind the map. The map is extremely large. Nope. Okay. What is the most appropriate criterion for distinguishing open world and sandbox games? Freedom. Why can open world and sandbox games coexist at the same time? Because their axes of freedom are different. They support multiplayer, neither has a story, they both have high freedom. What? What? That wasn't correct? Why can sandbox games be played even without explicit goals? Because play itself is the objective. Which is the representative open-world sandbox game that allows building, destruction, survival, and exploration? Minecraft. Which sandbox game has a platform-like nature where users create and share games themselves? Roblox? Which open-world game allows free criminal activities and exploration in modern city settings? GTA 5? Which open-world action RPG is set in bustling futuristic city? Cyberpunk. Which open-world RPG lets players freely explore a vast fantasy world? Skyrim. Which San Francisco RPGs focuses on space exploration with open-world tendencies? Sci-fi? Sci-fi. Starfield. Which Starfield? Which sandbox game is 2D pixel-based but allows gathering, building, combat, and exploration? Terraria. Which sandbox game centers on factory construction and automation system design? Factorio. Which game offers both extreme spatial freedom and rule freedom? Rule freedom? Rule freedom? I guess The Witcher, because we haven't had that one yet? No. It wasn't. That wasn't it. Which game is an open world RPG, but difficult to classify as a sandbox game? Fallout? Which open-world game set in the American frontier era combines hunting, camping, and daily life elements? Which sandbox game lets player observe and manipulate virtual daily life without a clear win condition? The Sims. Which sandbox game was designed to use an existing game engine like a toy box? Garry's Mod. Which open-world racing game focuses on racing but allows free exploration? Forza Horizon. Which open-world RPG realistically depicts medieval Bohemia with daily life, combat, and social systems? Bohemia? I guess Kingdom Come? What is Bohemia? This hurts. This game hurts. Strategy and simulation. What best defines a strategy game? Character growth, experiments with physical laws, evaluates the efficiency of the player's judgment and decisions, recreates reality as realistically as possible. What element is most important in simulation games? Fast reaction, control difficulty, consistent reproduction of systems, or victory conditions. Consistent reproduction of systems. Which statement best describes the importance of realism in strategy games? Without realism, the game cannot exist. Realism must always be pursued. Realism is not an essential element. Realism is the most important criterion. Okay. Which statement about victory conditions in simulation games is correct? There's always a time limit. They may not exist and are not essential. Victory conditions are the core of the game. There must always be clear victory conditions. Victory conditions in simulation games is correct. They may not exist? What is the most fundamental difference between strategy and simulation games? Multiplayer, playtime, graphic, judgment focused versus reproduction focused? What? Green? But what? 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 What ability is the most important for players in the strategy simulation genre? Story choice, character growth, judgment after understanding systems, fast hand speed, judgment. What best represents the core features of the RTS genre? There are no win conditions. Immediate decisions are required in real-time flow. Yeah? Observing results. Players wait for turns. Real time. Which explanation correctly describes the 4 elements represented by 4X? Explore, expand, exploit, exterminate. Yep. Of course, I mean... which game belongs to early digital strategy games? Which game belongs to early digital strategy games? Wargame lineage. Empire? Which is a representative turn-based 4X strategy game? Civ? Which space strategy simulation is based on a famous sci-fi novel and animation universe of the same name? Stellaris? I think that's a novel. I don't know this one. It's an anime. It's looking for a sci-fi novel. Oh, and animation universe. Oh. If that's an anime, sure. Which game is considered one of the origins of the RTS genre? Dune 2? Why would they pick Dune 2 over Dune 1? Which simulation? Dune 1 wasn't an RTS? Really? Then why is the PlayStation 1 game called Dune an RTS? It's called Dune 2000? Is it just called Dune in Europe or something? Let me check. Why is it so deep? It's so deep. No. Upside down. It's definitely an RTS. Real-time strategy. Just saying. I mean, unless I live in a different universe, you know? Just saying. Just saying. Oh god, what did I do? Why is this? What have I done? This bit up here? I messed up my ordering. Okay. That's not the original Dune. Then why is it called Dune? I don't know. Alright, which simulation game aims to reproduce flight controls? Microsoft's Flight Simulation. Which game belongs to the tactical strategy genre? XCOM. Which game emphasizes long-term judgment over real-time control speed? Long-term judgment over real-time control speed. Civ? Which game features individual unit stats and human relationships directly affecting national management? Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Which grand strategy game simulates history, politics, and diplomacy? Europa Universalis. Which strategy game simulates medieval society centered on dynasties and bloodlines? Total War. Wait, no? Guess not. Which modern simulation game focuses on city building, transportation, and economic management? City Skylines. Which of the following is not a 4X strategy game? StarCraft? Alright, is 19 out of 20 silver? Yes, it is. What is the name of the protagonist of the action-adventure game Legend of Zelda? Zelda was not even an answer. What is the default character name of the sandbox game Minecraft? Steve. What is the title given to the player character in the action-adventure RPG... in the action RPG Elden Ring? Dung Eater? Tarnished seems right. It's gotta be green. It's green? What? God. Come on. You guys knew what it was, right? Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck you. Alright, it is tarnished. Which of the following is one of the protagonists in the survival horror game Resident Evil 2? Barry is in the first one. Leon Kennedy is the fourth one? Chris Redfield, I think, is in the second one. Nope, nope. What is the name of the protagonist? Yeah, who the fuck is Ethan? What is the name of the protagonist in the open-world action-adventure game Red Dead Redemption? Never played it. Arthur? What is the name of the protagonist in the Witcher series? Geralt. What is the name of the protagonist in the action-adventure game Assassin's Creed 2? Ezio? I know Ezio is in one of them. Alright. What is the name of the protagonist of the action-adventure game God of War? Kratos. What is the name of the protagonist in Half-Life? Gordon Freeman. What is the name in Final Fantasy VII? Cloud. Who is the protagonist of the stylish, crazy action game Devil May Cry 3? Dante. Who founded Rapture? Fontaine? No. What is the name of the protagonist in Ninja Gaiden? It's Ryu Hayabusa. Which entity symbolizes the protagonist's guilt in the survival horror game Silent Hill 2? Pyramid Head. Who is the villain in the open-world shooter Far Cry 3, famous for the definition of insanity speech? Voss? Who is the protagonist of survival horror games Resident Evil 7 and Village? I don't know! Ethan. That's Ethan, okay. What's the name of the grotesque mutant character that torment Isaac Clarke, Necromorphs? Which low-level monster with a cute appearance? Slimes? Who is the antagonist in Final Fantasy VII? Sephiroth. Who is the character infected by Zerg and transformed into the Queen of Blades in the RTS series StarCraft? It's a woman, right? Sarah? $18 out of 20 is still not silver. Oh my god. How? Who? What? What kind of AI definition of bronze, silver, gold is this? You need 19 out of 20 for silver. And 20 out of 20 for gold. Oh my god. Which game where you avoid ghosts while eating dots became the starting point? Blah blah blah. Pac-Man. Which game did Mario first appear? In Donkey Kong. Which game became the origin of the roguelike genre, featuring random dungeon exploration? Rogue? Which globally renowned puzzle game involves matching blocks to clear lines? Which 1985 title is considered the definitive platform action game and an icon of video games? Mario Brothers? Which game marked the beginning of an adventure exploring the Kingdom of Hyrule? Zelda. Which game is regarded as the origin of stealth action, where players infiltrate enemy territory without fighting? Metal Gear. Which management simulation game lets you become a mayor? SimCity. Which 1989 action game is known for its rotoscoped animation and trap-filled progression? Prince of Persia. Which arcade game involves shooting bubbles to trap and burst enemies? Bubble Bobble. Which shooting game is famous for its system where capturing an enemy ship and combining doubles your attack power? Galaga. Which side-scrolling action game notably introduced cinematic cutscenes? Ninja Gaiden. Which game established pseudo 3D perspective and a checkpoint system in F1 racing? Pole Position? Which fantasy action game features axes, swords, and magic while moving horizontally? Golden Axe. Which game emphasizes puzzle elements where you dig holes to trap enemies and collect the gold? Lode Runner. Which 1987 Capcom game allows you to steal and use a defeated boss's enemy? Mega Man. Steal? What do you mean, steal? Which game involves shooting harpoons at falling bubbles? Pang. Which game is famous for its high difficulty and the unique feature where your armor falls off when damaged? Ghosts and Goblins. Which 1987 game features a whip as a main weapon to defeat Dracula? Castlevania. Which 1981 game features a frog crossing the road? Frogger. Nice. Gold. Yeah, these questions made sense. Somehow. Which game released by Square in '87, known for its cinematic presentation and dramatic storytelling, saved the company from crisis? Cinematic presentation? Which game redefined the brick-breaking genre by introducing items and boss battles? Arkanoid? Which 1985 motorcycle game features jump ramps and an engine overheating management system? Excitebike? Which 1987 run-and-gun game became the genre's iconic title? What? What do you mean? Mega Man? English out of this fucking world! Which 1986 shooting game features a detachable force pod, R-Type? Which racing game released by Sega in 1989 is famous for seaside driving, Outrun? Which 1982 shooting game involves aiming a reticle to eliminate all enemies on screen, Cabal? Which 1988 Mario title introduced Raccoon Mario 3? Which 1986 game features heroine Samus Aran? Which 1987 title popularized the belt scroll action genre? Which dungeon action game supported 4-player cooperative play? Fucking Gauntlet. Which Famicom NES game utilized the light gun? Duck Hunt. Which console RPG is famous for its sci-fi setting? Phantasy Star. Which game involves planting bombs to defeat enemies? Planting bombs. Which Sega arcade game is famous for ninja action? Shinobi. Which title became a massive hit alongside the Game Boy? Tetris? Which RPG released in '85 introduced the Virtue system? Ultima? Which '89 Mega Drive game is considered a prototype of the modern RTS genre? Herzog 2? Which '82 arcade game involves jumping on platforms to change their colors? Q*bert? Which '89 Mega Drive game is considered a prototype of the modern RTS genre? Herzog 2. They had to ask that question twice because it's Herzog 2, right? Yeah. Exactly, Sprint God. In '91, which '91 game laid the foundation for combo systems and ushered in the golden age of modern fighting games? Street Fighter 2. Which game featured Sega's mascot, showcasing high-speed action? Sonic. Which addictive game, known for the phrase "just one more turn," lets players lead human history from prehistoric times to the modern era? Civ? Which '93 id Software hit popularized the FPS genre and spread the term deathmatch? Quake. Wait, what? Doom had deathmatch? Since when? I've never played Doom Deathmatch. Since it launched? What? No version of Doom I've ever played had multiplayer built in. As far as I know. And I've played a lot of Doom. Sure. Which Final Fantasy title introduced 3D graphics and cinematic presentation, driving the early success of the PlayStation? Which strategy game became the origin of Korean esports, showcasing balanced Terran, Zerg, and Protoss factions? StarCraft. Which game popularized hack and slash genre with dungeon exploration and loot farming via mouse clicks? Which game perfected the Z-targeting control system? Which 96 Game Boy RPG sparked a global collecting and battling craze? Pokemon Red and Green, Of course. Which Capcom game established the term survival horror and depicted terror in a closed mansion using 3D graphics? Resident Evil, I guess? Which Valve masterpiece advanced FPS storytelling with seamless narrative? Half-Life. Which SNK title featured flashy pixel art and impactful action? Becoming Metal Slug. Alone in the Dark wasn't Capcom. It specifically said Capcom. I don't think Alone in the Dark is Capcom. Which game gained attention for digitized graphics of real martial artists? Combat. Mortal Kombat. Which Namco game popularized 3D fighting games? Tekken. Which 95 Blizzard RTS depicted the war between humans and orcs? Warcraft. Which 97 title explored Dracula's castle? Symphony of the Night. Which 99 management sim focused on building and managing your own amusement park? Theme park. What were the other options? Whatever. Which 90 was Roller Coaster Tycoon? Oh. But it said like... Whatever. It's fine. Which 93 bestseller featured realistic photographic backgrounds and challenging puzzles in a static atmosphere? Missed? Which 7th guest mentioned, by the way? Which Super Famicom title is considered the pinnacle of classic Mario games? Super Mario. Which pioneering Hyper FPS featured fast-paced combat set in futuristic and gothic-inspired environments with intense rock music? What's a Hyper FPS? Quake? Yep. 18 out of 20, bronze. Which fighting game first introduced on 3-on-3 battle system featuring popular SNK characters? King of Fighters 94? Which 99 strategy masterpiece lets players choose historical civilizations, gather resources, and build armies? Age of Empires. My brain is... I've read too many questions, and they all hurt my brain. I'm getting slow, I need to stop streaming. Which 96 3D action-adventure game features Lara Croft? Tomb Raider. Which Half-Life mod set in modern warfare between terrorists and counter-terrorists? Counter-Strike. Which game set in fog-covered town established a new psychological horror? Silent Hill. Which 96 title perfectly transitioned side-scrolling Mario into a 3D space? Mario 64. Which early Sony PlayStation rhythm game features pressing buttons in sync with the music? Beatmania? Parappa is PlayStation 2. One? What? Really? Parappa the Rapper. PlayStation 1. Wow. Okay. Sure. Which 98 Hideo Kojima title perfected stealth action? Metal Gear Solid. Which 98 Tom Clancy game gained popularity for tactical squad commands? Rainbow Six. Which 93 Sega title pioneered 3D fighting games with lifelike polygon characters? Virtua Fighter. Which strategy simulation first featured fully 3D modeled units and massive battles with hundreds of units? Hundreds of units. I don't know. Total Annihilation. I've never heard of that one. Which fighting game brings together Nintendo's iconic characters for battle? Smash. Which 92 game's violent digitized graphics led to the creation of the ESRB? I guess Mortal Kombat? Which 92 title began the kart racing series? Super Mario Kart. Which 97 Square RPG blends genetic experimentation and psychic powers with cinematic presentation? Parasite Eve. Which 95 JRPG classic centers on time travel? Chrono Trigger. Which 97 PS1 title became famous for realistic racing simulation? Gran Turismo? Which 94 Rare developed platform game featured pre-rendered graphics? DKC. Which 94 release advanced the FPS genre into full 3D? Was Quake full 3D? Alright. Which 98 party-based D&D CRPG was released? Which 1998 party-based D&D CRPG was released? All of these were released. What? What? This question makes no sense. All right, one more. Set 15. Which puzzle game made by Russian developer has a prefix 4? Tetris? Is Tetra 4? What do you receive after defeating a gym leader? A badge. In Hideo Kojima's Metal Gear series, what is Metal Gear? A bipedal nuclear-armed weapon. What does Mario collect while moving in Super Mario Bros? Coins. In the Nintendo 3DS Puzzle Adventure Professor Layton series, what is the partner's name? Luke. On which platform was Animal Crossing New Leaf released? 3DS? If you love the quiz games on this channel, This one's really shit. Which Sega character represents a hedgehog? Ooh la la! No. Which character was newly added in Overwatch 2? Racer? Kiriko. Sure. Never heard of him. Which of the following is not a racing game? Which of the following is not a boss in Dark Souls? Oh. Kulag! Nameless King is in it, I think. Green is 3? Oh. Do they mean Dark Souls as a series? Or Dark Souls 1? Yes. Game. This is a bad quiz game. Crash Bash. Do you guys know any of these other bosses? You know the others are all in one. Alright. Nameless King it is. Which animal appears in Rovio's puzzle game Angry Birds? A pig. Which character is not related to the Super Mario series? Mercy. What is the name of the city where Rise of P is set? Where's Gons? He played it. Anor Londo is Star Wars, right? Yharnam is I forget the name. It's Yharnam is not Dark Souls. It's the other one, Bloodborne. Yes. Anor Londo is Dark Souls. Okay, so it's Lothric or Krat. It's gotta be Krat. Alright. Sure. Which of the following is not a game by the Japanese developer Taito? Rally X is made by Namco. I'm pretty sure. I don't know who made Space Invaders and Elevator Action. I'm 99% sure Rally X was Namco. Okay. Okay. Which of the following is not an adventure game by Sierra? Oh god. Gabriel Knight and Space Quest are, I think. King's Quest as well? So I want to say Maniac Mansion? Yeah. Which of the following is not an adventure game made by LucasArts? Dig Dug? Legendary Fire Dragon, Konami, side-scrolling shooter. Which game is it? Life Force? Life Force Salamander is by Konami. Smithsonian Museum fighting game ninja. Which game is it? What? Smithsonian Museum? Is the King of Fighters in the Smithsonian Museum? I know Virtua Fighter has a ninja. It must be Virtua Fighter, because I know that has a ninja. Okay. What is the name of the female protagonist of the action-adventure game Tomb Raider? Lara Croft. What is the North American title of Capcom's platform action game Rockman? Mega Man. Okay. Gold. Do we do one more? General games. These seem to be, like, better questions, at least. One more. Which of the following is not a soccer-themed game? I know Inazuma 11 is. I know Football Manager is. I think Captain Tsubasa also is about football. So let's go with Greatest 9. Which of the following is not a minigame compilation? God Hand. Which console did Phantasy Star originally debut on? Master System? Which console did Final Fantasy originally debut on? Famicom. What is the name of the RPG series released bi-monthly on Dreamcast? It's not El Shaddai, because that's like a modern game. El Viento? Sounds familiar. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm going with El Viento. It wasn't. Which of the following is not a fighting game? Arcana Heart. Wait, what? All the others were fighting games. Was there one that was a fighting game in a different genre? What was it? Blaze Blue? Whatever. Whatever game. Whatever. Overture is a spin-off. Well, of what? Overture was what? Was that the Guilty Gear one? Which of the following is not a music-themed game? Which of the following is not a race in World of Warcraft? I've never played WoW. Yellow. Protoss is StarCraft. What genre is Tetris? What is the name of the developer of the monster raising RPG Pokemon? Game Freak. What genre is The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time 3D? Action Adventure. Which of the following is not a Super Robot Wars title released on Game Boy Advance? What? I need help. Phone a Japanese friend. Let's go with original generation. RIP. Who developed Elden Ring? From. Which of the following did not appear as a LEGO game series? The Little Prince? What? Who developed Lies of P? I don't know. It's not From, I think. Round 8 sounds somewhat right. I don't know why. It was correct. Which of the following is a strategy game? I don't know what Kart Rider is, but the other three sure aren't. I guess it has to be Kart Rider then? Pikmin is not a strategy game. What? Pikmin is not a strategy game. Which of the following is a racing game? Forza. What does RPG stand for? How many types of blocks are in Tetris? You've got S block, reverse S block, T block, Tetris, square. That's it, right? Oh, L and J. So 7. How many squares make up each Tetris block? 4. I'm addicted to shitty questions. Which of the following is not a Nintendo console? Which of the following is not a Sega console? Which of the following is not a Sony console? Which of the following is not an NEC console? Neo Geo is SNK. Which of the following is not an Atari console? Which of the following is not an SNK console? Q or Z? Neo Geo CD2 or Neo Geo CD-Z? What? Sure. Which console did not use CDs as game media? Which of the following is a handheld console with a color display? Which of the following is the first cartridge-based handheld console? Ooh. Which console has region locking? PlayStation 3? Oh, it was just Atlas, wasn't it? Wait, the 360 has region locking? Okay. Who is known as the father of the Magnavox Odyssey? The first video game console. Ralph Baer? It's not... The Magnavox Odyssey is a Philips system. Which is located in the Netherlands. So it's probably called a guy named Rolf. Yeah, okay. What is the name of the motion controller for PlayStation 3? The Move. What is the name of the motion sensing for 360? The Kinect. Which of the following buttons does not exist on the Nintendo DS? Reset. What is the official name of the optical media used for PSP? UMDs. What is the official name of the media used to store Nintendo DS games? DS cartridges. What? They're not called DS cartridges? Which of the following systems do not support online multiplayer? Neo Geo. Which console was created by Gunpei Yokoi? The Wonder Swan, I think? Yeah. Which of the following is the oldest video game console? Magnavox. Which of the following is a Nintendo console? Bronze. Only 18 out of 10. Game makers. Which of the following is not a game by Compile? Ugh. Why is Nep Nep not in there? Can't stop. I don't know. I don't know. Who the fuck knows what Compile made, other than Nep Nep? Mm-hmm. Same. Gunbird. I did it. Which is not a Square game. Blue Dragon. Which is not a BioWare game. Baldur's Gate? Wait, what? Was the original Baldur's Gate BioWare? And then got taken over by... Okay. Which of the following is not a Platinum Games title? Rage? Hope Plan Shooter? Radius. Which of the following is not a game by id Software? Unreal? Which of the following is not a Westwood Studios game? Nox? Fuck knows. Which of the following is not an Epic Games title? Infinity Blade. Nope. Fuck. Which racing game was developed by Rockstar? Known for GTA. Midnight Club. Which of the following is not an Atari game? Dune 2 was Westwood, but not Dune 1. Gauntlet, I don't know. Which of the following is not a Bullfrog game? Magic Carpet is? That I'm sure. I don't know. These are too hard. Zookeeper? Which of the following is not a Naughty Dog game? Ratchet and Clank? That's Insomniac. Which of the following is not a Capcom game? Altered Beast. Atlas. Shin Megami and 3D Dot Game Heroes are, but I don't know the other two. So it's either blue or green. Have their name on everything. Baroque. No. Which of the following is not a Ubisoft game? Jazz Jackrabbit. Which of the following is not an Eidos game? Beyond Good and Evil. Which of the following is not an Accolade game? What? What? Accolade! Pull a more irrelevant fucking developer out of your ass. Oh my god. Gunboat. Who the fuck knows? Which of the following is not a level 5 game? Layton is, Ni no Kuni is. I think Dark Cloud is as well. I don't know what Siren even is. Sure. Which of the following is not a Sony game? Eco is. Loco Roco is, I think. I don't know. Wing Commander? Wing Commander could be Sony. I don't know. It was Wing Commander. Which of the following is not released by Midway? Mortal Kombat is Midway. I don't know about Killer Instinct. Is Killer Instinct Midway? No, Killer Instinct is Rare. What? Killer Instinct was wrong. Killer Instinct. Publisher's Midway. Okay. Okay, we still got bronze. Games of Korea. This is obviously what I wanted to get to. This is the reason why I'm still playing. Which company developed the minigame Heaven series? Minigame Heaven. It wasn't Nexon. Which company developed the Nom series? Not Sonori. Which of the following is not a Korean developed RPG? Yeah, Protocross. Nope. Which of the following is not a Korean developed shooting game? Thunder Force. Which of the following is not a Korean game developer? Why would you call your company Soft Action? Soft Action is a Korean company, okay. Which of the following is not a Korean RTS? Jurassic War. No. Which of the following is not a game by the Korean developer Family Production? You guys think this quiz was made in Korea? It might have been made in Korea. Pie and Giddy. Nope. Which of the following is not a game by Korean developer Soft Action? Box Ranger. No. Which of the following is not a game by the Korean developer Jammy System? Hazard. Yes! Which of the following is not a game by Softmax? Aimpoint. Which of the following is not by Sonori? Darkside. Which of the following is not a Korean RTS game? Alien Encounter. Which game featured a real-life celebrity as a character? Campus Love Story. Which of the following Korean RPG series reached up to 3 installments? Dayside 3? No! Which of the following is not a Korean horror game? Zaffy. Which Korean shooting game series reached 5 installments? Box Ranger. No. Which of the following Korean games is in a different genre? Mangguk. Yes! Which of the following Korean games is in a different genre? What? Narcillion. Which of the following is not a Korean game console? A Korean console game. Unlimited Saga is. I don't know any of the other ones. Manic Game Girl. Nope. Which game was released on both PlayStation 2 and Dreamcast? The Rhapsody of Zephyr? I've never heard of it. I've heard of Magna Carta, but I feel like that's a PC RTS or something? Green is PS2 and sequel on Xbox. I don't know, man. Oh! 4 out of 10 is bronze. 4 out of 10 is bronze. 19 out of 10 is silver. And 19 out of 10. 4 out of 20, sorry. My brain is dead. 4 out of 20 is bronze. 19 out of 20 is silver. And 20 out of 20 is gold. But we got bronze. We made it. Alright. Oh, what? Why did it start again? I don't want to start again. Alright. Just 20 is the last one. Okay? 20 is the last one. The actual last one. For real. Which is not a Sega game? Contra. Which is not a Namco game? Bubble Bobble is Taito. Which is not a Taito game? Metal Gear. Which is not a Sega game? Front Mission? Which is not a Konami game? Nightmare is Rare, I think. No? Okay. Which Namco game was released the earliest? Pac-Man. Which of the following was not published by EA? Need for Speed is EA. Is Guitar Hero EA? It's Activision, right? Yeah. Which of the following is not published by Activision? Rock Band. Which is not a Jaleco game. Oi, Sir Masha. Moet je naar beneden? Hier. Come here. We're gonna solve these last few questions, and then we'll do everything your heart desires. Yes. Yes, everything your heart desires. I don't know. Midnight Resistance. Yay. A Data East game. Jake Hunter. Nope. A Game Arts title. I don't know. Gun Griffin. Blizzard. Command and Conquer? Not by Capcom. I think Dynasty Wars is Capcom. I don't know of the other three. Alex and Dinosaurs, yeah, no idea. Ninja Assault, got it. Brøderbund Software? I mean, Assassin's Creed is Ubisoft. Not published by Ubisoft. The Crew is Ubisoft. Tom Clancy is Ubisoft. So one of the Star Wars. Battlefront? What the fuck is NeoWiz? I mean, Metal Gear was Konami. Okay. What is not a Smilegate game? Dave the Diver? It's the only game I've ever heard of. Which of the following is not published by Nexon? Arc? Origin Systems. I don't know. Dave the Diver situation. Self-published. Anyway, I don't know. It wasn't Strike Commander. Which of the following is not published by Game Museum? Oh my god, I played Uni. Uni was the absolute trash multiplayer minigame compilation. Like, 2 out of 10 video game. Wing Commander. Sure. Alright, we're done for today. Next time, we have more trash. Gags and memes. Game makers. NEC consoles. Pokemon. Lots of shitty game knowledge, yep. Alright. Thank you guys for watching. I will be I can do a short stream tomorrow. Not a very long one. We'll see. We'll see. I have to go at like 4 p.m. or something. So, yeah. Oh, sorry, Ariel. I just gave my dog a tap on under her chin. All right. Say goodbye. Say goodbye. Goodbye. Yeah, goodbye. Yeah. Small grunts. You're not going to say goodbye? No. Okay, well. Bye. Bye. Welcome back, everyone, to absolutely horrendous game-related quiz. Fun. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at how this date is portrayed. Year, month, day. Excuse me? I guess it's better than year, day, month, but still, that's disgusting. All right. Anyway, let's continue. Can help. Oh, these are the new ones. 2000s games. Largest Japanese game? No, this is Korean, I think. Because there's a Korean games category. Which 2001 release established the standard for console FPS and became the flagship title of Xbox? Halo. Which 2004 release redefined online gaming worldwide by fully realizing the Warcraft universe as an MMORPG? Which 2005 PS2 title, set in Greek mythology, featured epic battles against massive gods with destructive action? Which 2001 PS2 masterpiece by SCE featured artistic direction and climbing giant colossi to find their weak points? Which 2002 RPG brought together Disney and Final Fantasy characters in a unique crossover world? Don't worry about it, FK. All these questions are AI generated and wrong. It's fine. Which 2008 open-world RPG, set in a post-nuclear wasteland, revived its series under Bethesda's development? Fallout 3? Which 2006 Xbox 360 title set the standard for cover-based shooting and served as a graphical showcase? Which 2000 release became the king of hack and slash with deep item farming and character progression? Diablo? Which 2000 life simulation game gained popularity especially among female players by letting players build homes and families? Which 2001 Rockstar title fully established the 3D open world formula with free crime and exploration? GTA 3? Which 2008 PS3 title promoted the slogan Play, Create, Share and allowed players to build their own stages? LBP? Which 2001 Square RPG showcased the full power of the PlayStation 2 with stunning graphics and emotional romance story? Ooh. Final Fantasy X? or Dragon Quest VIII. Probably Final Fantasy X. Which Blizzard RTS strengthened its hero system and fostered user-created map culture that led to Dota and LoL? Warcraft 3? Yeah. Which 2004 Valve FPS showcased physics engine innovation and featured gravity gun-based puzzles? Which 2005 title perfected the over-the-shoulder third-person shooter view and successfully shifted its horror series into action? Which 2007 FPS received critical acclaim for its philosophical story set in the underwater city of Rapture? Which 2007 title redefined modern military FPS with cinematic storytelling and intense multiplayer? Oh no. Oh no. It must be Call of Duty, right? Sure. Which 2009 game popularized the 5v5 MOBA format and remained central to global esports? It popularized it. It's not the top two, or it's not Heroes of the Storm, it's not Chaos Online. It's League or Dota. League was after? I don't know. It was League, I guess. Which 2009 mobile puzzle game had players launch birds to destroy pig structures? Angry Birds. Which 2008 Electronic Arts title introduced first-person parkour with stylish visuals and urban speed? Urban speed! Silver. We scraped by with silver, okay? Which 2004 release created a social phenomenon in Japan by letting players cooperatively hunt giant monsters? Which 2005 action RPG brought the feel of belt scroll action online and became a mega hit in Korea and China? Dungeon Fighter? Dungeon and Fighter? What? Sure. Which 2009 survival horror game featured necromorph enemies, limb dismemberment combat, and overwhelming sound design? Dude Space. Which 2009 Batman game broke the stereotype that superhero games aren't fun, with refined stealth and combat systems? Arkham City? Lego Batman. Is it Arkham City or Arkham Asylum? Asylum? Okay. Which 2008 title set the standard for 4-player co-op zombie shooters and introduced an AI director system? Left 4 Dead? What is an AI director system? Which 2009 game pioneered the looter-shooter genre with cel-shaded graphics and extensive weapon farming? Which 2009 release marked the beginning of the Souls-like genre, with punishing difficulty and rewarding achievements? Which 2001 third-person shooter delivered cinematic action with time travel elements and bullet time effects? Max Payne? Which 2007 title launched a franchise with parkour action and historical assassins? Assassin's Creed? Which 2001 Capcom hit featured sword action against demons in Japan's Edo period? Onimusha? Which 2001 Capcom title popularized the term stylish action with flashy combos and music? Devil May Cry? Which 2000 Zelda title on Nintendo 64 introduced a darker and more surreal atmosphere? Majora's Mask? Which 2004 Capcom action game had players survive zombie hordes in a shopping mall? Dead Rising. Which 2001 Capcom adventure game made OBJECTION! A famous catchphrase throughout courtroom battles. Ace Attorney. Which 2008 indie title elevated the status of indie games with artistic time manipulation puzzles? Braid. Which 2005 Need for Speed title maximized car tuning and street racing with high-resolution graphics? Underground? Carbon? But that didn't maximize tuning. Which 2007 FPS was dubbed the most demanding game in the world for its cutting-edge graphics? Which 2009 Atlas JRPG revitalized the genre with modern-style music and design? Persona? Which 2009 Sandbox Legends allowed players to build and destroy blocks freely in their own world? Which 2007 title sparked a global home training boom with yoga and strength exercises using a dedicated board? Wii Fit. Wii Fit is not 2007. Oh well. Which 2013 Naughty Dog masterpiece was praised for elevating games to the level of art through Joel and Ellie's post-apocalyptic journey? Which 2015 RPG depicting Geralt's final journey swept numerous Game of the Year awards with vast quests and deep storytelling? Which 2017 Zelda title redefined open-world interaction and freedom, driving the unprecedented success of the Nintendo Switch? Link Between... No, Breath of the Wild. Genre redefining, dude. Which 2017 Korean game sparked the global battle royale boom with 100 players fighting to be the last survivor? Apex? Fortnite is made by Epic. PUBG? Is PUBG Korean? PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds! I mean, that did popularize it. Which 2016 Blizzard title ignited the global hero shooter craze with unique characters and team-based gameplay? It's definitely not Team Fortress 2. Overwatch? Which 2019 Rockstar open world epic portrayed the end of the Wild West with overwhelming detail and realism? Which 2011 From Software title popularized Souls-like genre with brutal difficulty and iconic You Died screen? Okay, it wasn't Demon Souls. Which 2015 indie legend became famous for the slogan "No one has to die" with its unique characters and music? Undertale? Sure. Which 2018 action-adventure shifted to Norse mythology, focusing on Kratos and his son Atreus? It was never focused on Kratos, you know? Which 2016 indie farming simulation created by a single developer became a mega hit? Which 2017 open-world action game follows Aloy in a post-apocalyptic world ruled by machines? Which 2017 title starring Android 2B gained popularity for Yoko Taro's philosophical storytelling and music? Which 2018 Capcom release brought global mainstream success to the monster hunting genre? Monster Hunter? Which 2019 From Software title features extreme sword combat focused on parrying as a ninja and a ninja revenge? I don't know which one's from. Sekiro? Okay. Which 2017 Epic Games title combined building mechanics with Battle Royale? Which 2018 title perfectly captured the thrill of web swinging through New York and is considered one of the best superhero games? Oh my god, I don't know! Infamous 2, yeah. Which 2011 indie game, often called 2D Minecraft, featured digging, building, and boss battles? Which 2012 That Game Company title delivered a wordless emotional journey with beautiful scenic landscapes? Journey? Which 2019 indie RPG revolves cases through dialogue, deduction, and dice rolls rather than combat? Disco Elysium? As dice rolls? Yeah. Which 2014 survival horror perfectly recreated the tension of the Alien film franchise? Again, silver. Fuck. Which 2012 zombie apocalypse game showcased the weight of choice and emotional storytelling leading Telltale Games' golden era? Which 2012 stealth action game combined high difficulty and supernatural power set in a unique world powered by whale oil? Dishonored? Which 2015 side-scrolling Metroidvania featured beautiful pixel art and high difficulty, following the adventure of a spirit? Ori. Which 2017 boss rush game featured 1930s cartoon visuals and extreme difficulty? Which 2018 indie masterpiece about climbing a mountain combined challenging platforming with a deep story about depression and self-discovery? Which 2019 game directed by Hideo Kojima connected a fragmented world through package delivery? Which 2014 large-scale looter-shooter project set in space was developed by Bungie? Warframe? Destiny? Okay. Which 2018 action game combined roguelike and Metroidvania elements, earning the nickname Roguevania? Dead Cells? Okay. Oh, I accidentally touched my keyboard in the wrong spot. Sorry. Which 2019 indie title popularized the deck-building roguelike genre by climbing a tower through card combinations? Throwing gold? Which 2017 mobile game used AR technology to create a global phenomenon of catching Pokemon in the real world? Which 2019 Nintendo Switch fitness game perfectly combined gaming and exercise, causing nationwide shortages? Ring Fit. Which 2017 Metroidvania masterpiece featured a vast map and high difficulty, telling the story of a bug knight trapped underground? Which 2014 game portrayed civilian survival in war with the slogan, "In war, not everyone is a soldier"? I have no idea. This War of Mine? Never heard of it. Which 2016 roguelike RPG became famous for brutal difficulty and a stress management system? Darkest Dungeon? Yeah. Which 2012 FPS featured the infamous villain Vaas and is often considered the best in the series? Which 2010 psychological horror thriller followed a writer searching for his missing wife while battling darkness? Which 2016 title faced major controversy at launch but has since transformed through steady ongoing updates into a space survival game where players explore countless planets and build hazes? No Man's Sky. Oh. Okay, 1 second. Intense lightning, thunder, and extreme rain. Okay. It's been sunny all day. Alright. It's really fucking raining. Which 2018 open world racing game set in the UK introduced dynamic seasons? Which 2016 puzzle platformer created by the team behind Limbo depicted a boy escaping a dark dystopian world? Which 2017 Resident Evil title returned the series to horror roots with first-person perspective? 7? Okay. Fuck yeah, we got silver. We didn't get gold because that slight mishap, but it's fine. Console. General consoles. Which of the following is not a handheld game console? Famicom AV? I don't know what the AV stands for. Which handheld console was made by SNK, famous for the King of Fighters series? Which of the following uses Palm OS? Nokia? No. What is the name of the console jointly developed by Apple and Bandai? What? The Pippin? Which device supports touch input? Tapwave Zodiac? The others don't. Which console had the largest bundled controller? Neo Geo? Which was the first console to use CDs as its game medium? Ooh. The PC Engine, probably? That or the Mega Drive. Okay, PC Engine. Which console was made in South Korea? Which of the following had the highest launch price? PC Engine Duo? No. Who the fuck knows? Which of the following consoles was released first? PC Engine? Which of the following consoles was released last? DSi LL. I don't know what the LL stands for. What was released last? Advance? Which of the following is not a Korean-made console? Lynx. Which console was made by a different company? Neo Geo. Which console cannot use CDs as game media? What? They all can? PC Engine? What? The Jaguar has CDs, the Mega Drive has CDs, and the Xbox definitely has CDs. What? What? Thanks, AI. Xbox has DVDs? Oh my god. Which game medium has the smallest disc diameter? I guess GameCube? Which of the following cannot play MP3 files? The Gizmondo. Which console has the largest optical disc capacity? Probably the GameCube. Which of the following does not have a color LCD? Game Boy Light? Which of the following was not released in the same year? Game Boy Color. No, dude. Oh, shit. Sega consoles. Which of the following Sega consoles was released last? Which of the following multimedia formats is not supported by the Sega Saturn? Which of the following is the release date of the Dreamcast? What? I don't know. 777? What's this? The third 7? 8? Okay. Which of the following is not a Dreamcast peripheral? What year was the Mega Drive released? '87? 88? 88, sure. Which of the following is not a Mega Drive peripheral? Mega CD4? What is the Mega answer? It was Mega CD4. Oh. Which of the following is the release date of the Saturn? 94? Sure. Which of the following is not a Mega Drive game medium? There were Laserdisc Mega Drive games? What does Sega stand for? I don't know. Surge Game? Service Games? What is the North American name of the Sega Mega Drive? Which of the following is not a Sega Saturn peripheral? Multi-controller. Who the fuck knows? Which of the following is not a Sega Saturn peripheral? Ugh. The Mega CD. Which of the following is not a Sega Saturn hardware variation? What? There was a Laserdisc Mega Drive? Sakura Wars version, Devistar version, Skeleton version, V Saturn. Sakura Wars. Which of the following Sega Saturn hardware specs is incorrect? Sega Saturn. It has RGB? Yeah? Which of the following Dreamcast hardware specs is incorrect? It doesn't have a built-in modem. But it doesn't use DVD-ROMs either. What? Which of the following is not a Dreamcast hardware variation? Don't know. Which year was Sega founded? I don't know. Help. I don't care. 49. Which of the following Mega Drive hardware specs is incorrect? .320 by 224. I don't know. What is the release year of Sega's first home console? The SG-1000. These are very difficult questions. 83. Sure. Which of the following is not a Sega Mark III peripheral? What? Sega Mark III? Really? We're getting Sega Mark III questions? Terebi Oekaki? Man, I love my Tereri Oekaki. I wish I had more of them. Nintendo consoles. Which of the following is not a Famicom peripheral? I don't know. I mean, it's Rob, I guess? The Zapper exists. Is that classified as a Famicom peripheral? I don't know. I'm pretty sure it had a CD-ROM drive. "3D System Scope." No. Unfortunate. On the Nintendo DS, which screen supports touch input? The bottom screen. What is the release year of the Super Famicom? 88? 90? 92? No, I thought it was earlier. Which of the following Nintendo consoles was released first? Which name of the satellite modem released in 95 for the... What is the name? Stellaview? Which Super Famicom peripheral allows you to play Game Boy games? Super Game Boy. Which of the following games does not contain the Super FX chip? F-Zero. Which description of the Super Famicom is incorrect? Final software released in 2000. Worldwide shipment of 49.1 million units. Nintendo's first game console. What does GBA stand for? Game Boy Advance. What's the release date of the Game Boy Advance? Oh, that's one day before my birthday. 2001. Which of the following Game Boy Advance hardware specs is incorrect? Stereo speakers. Which of the following is not a Game Boy Advance peripheral? Solar was one. Rotation sensor cartridge? Yeah. Rumble analog pad. Which of the following is not a Game Boy Advance hardware variation? Game Boy Light. Which device can run Game Boy Advance software via a peripheral? GameCube. In which year was the last official Game Boy Advance title released? I don't know. 2007. Which of the following was not the simultaneous launch title for the Game Boy Advance on March 21st, 2001? Circle of the Moon. Wow, really? That was a launch title? Why is... Wait. Circle of the Moon is a launch title. And then the other ones look way worse? I'm confused. Like, the other GBA Metroidvanias, well, Castlevania Metroidvanias, have way worse graphics than Circle of the Moon. Aria doesn't look bad. What is the one that looks like, I don't know, a 4-year-old made it? Whatever, doesn't matter. Which of the following was not released as a Nintendo Game & Watch game? Kirby. How many titles were released on the Virtual Boy? 19. What year was Nintendo founded? 1890, 89? Harmony of Dissonance could be one. Yeah, it could be. I don't know. Which of the following models is the smallest size? Micro. Ugh. This fucking game sucks. General games. Who is the developer of Galaga? Namco? What is the name of the handheld virtual pet released by Bandai? Tamagotchi. Which platform did Final Fantasy not originally release on? What? What? What do you mean? Everyone except Famicom. I mean, yes, but like, all except Famicom. Or the original release of Final Fantasy is on the NES. What is the name of the female protagonist in Konami's dating simulation game, Tokimeki Memorial? Come on, weebs. Give me the fucking answer. One of you knows. I know one of you knows. I don't know who it is. Where is Jungle Junction? What the fuck is this question? Noriko? Sure. It's bad. Which manga has not adapted into Koei's Muso Warriors series? Has not been adapted. There's a One Piece one. There's a Gundam one. I don't know about Fist of the North Star. Gantz? Okay. Which of the following games does not feature zombies? For the Day? No, Resident Evil, right? Resident Evil does not have zombies. Does it? Not. Yeah. Yes? Yeah, like... There's like, the creatures in Resident Evil are specifically not zombies. I believe. But... Are they going for that answer? I don't know what For the Day is. They're zombies? Fine, For the Day. Which of the following fighting game series was not released on Game Boy Advance? Guilty Gear is... King of Fighters is... I want to say Tekken? Virtua Fighter? There's a Tekken GBA game? Wow. Okay. Which of the following games does not feature zombies? Ugh, come on! Loco Roco? Which of the following differs in viewpoint genre? Which of the following differs in viewpoint genre? Do they mean which one is not first person? You don't even find a game called For the Day? Redneck Rampage is a first-person shooter. BioShock is a first-person shooter. Call of Duty is a first-person shooter. So Nemesis? If that is the question they're going for? Which platform did the BlazBlue series not release on? PS2? Which of the following is not a main character in the Guilty Gear fighting series? What? They're all... Ragna? Is Ragna BlazBlue? Ragna's BlazBlue, right? Ragna is like the soul of BlazBlue, I think. Which of the following is not a race in the real-time strategy game StarCraft? Hera? Which of the following is not an RPG? Stellar Blade? Green, yeah. The other ones are RPGs. Which game series has the largest official numbered installment? Oh, you mean like that. Final Fantasy is at 15? Dragon Quest is at 11? 16? It must be Final Fantasy. Which of the following games does not feature a witch as a protagonist? Yellow or red? It's a wizard. Sure. What is the name of the male protagonist of The Legend of Zelda? We've had this question already in a different subset. Tony Blair. We're not playing Trivial Pursuit, FK. We're not playing Trivial Pursuit. Not every question is answered by Tony Blair. Which of the following versus fighting games were released first? Dead or Alive is PS2. Virtua Fighter is old. Yes. Which of the following games used bullet time effects first? Max Payne? Which of the following titles was first released on a different platform? 3? 4? 3? Oh. Which of the following is not a fighting game? I can't believe Tokyo Extreme Racer is not a fighting game. Fuck. You didn't see this yet, right, FK? Like, before today? To get bronze, you need 4 questions right. To get silver, you need 19 questions right. And to get gold, you need all 20 questions right. It's really stupid. Silver is 19 out of 20. Which of the following is not a robot mecha themed game? Saints Row. Which of the following is not a horror game? White Day or Tao Feng? Which of the following is in a different genre? Choo Choo Rocket, Lumines, Dark Void. Which of the following was not released on Xbox 360? Devil May Cry 4? No, God of War. That's PS2. Which of the following is not a professional wrestling game? Backstage Rumble Roses? Backstage Assault? Ready to Rumble is boxing. Right. Which of the following was a GameCube exclusive at launch? RE0, I think? Yeah. Which of the following does not have a female protagonist? Yellow or green? Yellow. Lan is playing it right now. That PSP game? God. Which of the following is a 2D vertical scrolling shooter? Vertical. It's not Parodius. I don't know about the other ones. It's not Scramble. Alright. So Soul Cresta or Thunder Force? Is Thunder Force Salamander? Because if Thunder Force is Salamander, then that's also horizontal. I don't remember. Sol Cresta, fine. Which of the following is not a 4-player game? Ikaruga? Which of the following shooter games has a different viewpoint? Gears of War. Which of the following games stars Korean actor Lee Byung-hun? Super Mario! Lost Planet? It could be Ridge Racer as well. Lost Planet, fine. Which game does not require a dedicated controller? Space Channel 5? Which of the following is a vertical scrolling shooter? Castle of Shikigami. Actually have that game. I think I have the second one. Which of the following is not a Konami shooting game? Salamander and Twinbee are, and Palodius? Space Manbo. What? Excuse me? Is Parodius not... Whatever, it's fine. Which fighting game series has the highest official numbered entry? Ooh. Mortal Kombat is at 11. Guilty Gear technically? Because it's at XX, which is 20? I don't think that means 20, so let's go with Mortal Kombat. Which character did not appear in Namco's Soul Calibur series? Spawn? Or Nina? Nina is Tekken, right? Spawn was in a Soul Calibur game? Okay. Which of the following was not released on N64? Which of the following was released first? Oh, God. Ultima? Which of the following is not based on Journey to the West? Dynasty Warriors? Yeah. Which of the following has never been made into a tactical game? Fallout has. The rest I don't know. That's. Sure. That made the most sense. Fuck! Only silver. 30. Might be the last one for today. Which of the following games is controlled by voice input? Seaman. Wait. What? Let me... Yes, Lifeline was in there as well. Which of the following games is controlled by voice input? Do they mean not controlled by voice input? They mean not controlled by voice input. Okay. Sure. Which of the following is not a sound novel game? A sound novel? Vagrant Story? Which of the following is played with twin sticks? Virtual On? That's a golf game. Which of the following was not released on 360? Fruit Ninja? Wait, what? I thought that was a mobile game. Maybe they did. Oh, whatever. Which platform did Resident Evil 4 not release on? Dreamcast? Which platform did the game Wing Commander not release on? It's on Famicom. It was on 3DO. I'm pretty sure it was on Super Famicom. I don't know. It's a... Yeah, I know it's an FMV game. Not the one I have. I have Shockwave Assault. I thought I had Wing Commander, whatever. We'll never know. Which platform first introduced the sound novel genre? PlayStation? I don't know! There was a sound novel genre on, like, the NES or SNES? Which platform did Magna Carta not release on? PS4. There's no PS4. PS3. Which platform did Dead or Alive not release on? Saturn. Really? Which of the following is in a different genre? Brute Force? I don't know what that is. Which of the following is in a different genre? Warriors? Oh, no. Which of the following is not a game by Treasure? No More Heroes. Which of the following is not a Nihon Falcom game? Oh no! Nep! Mr. Driller? Yayucho is the first XXXXX game. Sound novel. They're so entranced by the sound novels. Which of the following is not a Bungie title? Myth? Which of the following games does not feature vampires? Heavy Rain. Which platform released the Silent Hill series? Dreamcast? GBA? What? Okay. Which platform did the Ridge Racer series not release on? Xbox? Which of the following games does not feature zombies? Gris? Which of the following is not a stealth game? I think Metal? Sure. What time is it? How many are there? 57. One more. Just one more to get it out of the way. What's the official development period of Duke Nukem Forever? Ooh. 14 years? Yeah. I'm touching it. I'm touching it. Ah, it's always within reach. Which of the following is not an RPG released for MSX? Oh god, what? What? Saxed! Unfortunate. Which of the following Game Boy Advance titles were released last in Japan? Was released last. Mother was late? Whatever. Which of the following was not released on GBA? Sega Rally? Really? What? I need to know. Sega Rally GBA. It exists? It exists? I need this in my life, I think. No, where is display capture? Oh, it's... Oh. Why is that a Ford Focus? Oh, wait. Is this from... This is from the remake, right? From the PlayStation 3 Sega Rally, probably? Whatever. I need this in my life. Which platform was StarCraft released on? N64? Which platform did the Soul Calibur series not release on? PlayStation. Which of the following platforms did the Duke Nukem series not release on? Super Famicom? Which of the following games was not developed by Arc System Works? Yellow or red? Exit. Which of the following games does not feature live-action characters? I don't know. Machi. Which of the following is not an MMORPG? Ariel. Lineage? Pangea? Pangaea? Sure. Which of the following is not an aerial shooting game? A what? Atomic Runner Chelnov. Which of the following is not a rhythm game? Blue or yellow? I assume Biohazard? Which platform did Onimusha not release on? GBA? GameCube? Which of the following is not a real-time strategy game? Talasa? Wait, what? Which of the following is not a racing game? R-Type. Which of the following platforms released the Devil May Cry series? I mean, PlayStation, but... No. $360? Okay. Which of the following is not the name of a game show? G-Star? Okay. Which of the following is not a Westwood Studios game? Blade Runner. Which of the following is not a gun shooting game? Gun Valkyrie, okay. What is the correct spelling of Lode Runner as released by Broderbund? AI, are you okay, AI? AI? Are you okay? What? Oh, God. No. All right, let's finish general games, and then the rest is for another time. Which of the following is not a spy action game? Spyro. Which of the following is not an RPG? Tokyo isn't. Which of the following is not an electronic software distribution platform for selling games? Apple Music? Or Stove? What the fuck is Stove? But Apple Music... What? Which of the following is not a gun shooting game? Oh, well, I wonder what it is. Which of the following is not a versus fighting game? Xenoblade Chronicles. Which of the following is the Konami Go? Up, down... Wait, up, down, left, right, BA start. Green. Which child raising simulation developed by the Japanese company Gainax? Which child raising simulation developed by the Japanese company Gainax? That's a question. It's not Princess Maker. Which of the following games did not collaborate with Dave the Diver via DLC? I choose left, not up? What? It said Princess Maker on the left. Castlevania? Which game is associated with the following keywords? Set it on the top. What was on the left then? It said Princess Peach. Ugh, whatever. Which game is associated with the following keywords? Raccoon City, T-Virus, Umbrella. Multicolor Umbrella? Which title in the Yakuza series was first released on a different platform than the others? On which platform can you play the platformer game Astrobot? Oh, PlayStation 5. I was thinking of the GBA Astro Boy game. I was thinking of Astro Boy. Which Batman game was developed by a different studio? I don't know. Origins? Sure. Which of the following is not set in the Wild West? Platoon. Which game popularized the team-based hero shooter genre? Team Fortress? Overwatch? Which of the following games requires two players to cooperate to progress? Which of the following games places the greatest importance on player choice and branching paths? Which of the following action-adventure games emphasizes systems and exploration over story? Systems and exploration? Breath of the Wild? It emphasizes slop over quality. That's what it does. Which of the following is a single-player shooter focused on narrative and cinematic presentation? Which of the following is a spiritual successor to System Shock? BioShock? Which of the following is not a subtitle of the Uncharted series? The Lost Fleet of the Golden Apples. The what? The what? Two of them aren't? 18 out of 20. Bronze. Alright. That's enough for now. We did everything before this, right? Yeah, okay. Oh, it's lovely that you can't go to the last one by going left. So, we're over halfway, but if we don't play this soon again, there's gonna be more rounds. Because AI is pumping them out. Ugh. Alright, anyway. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Quiz Game Museum. The hottest quiz game on Steam about video games. Yes. Let's do it. Where were we? Level 33. I can feign it? Yeah, absolutely. People. Which quote fits? On my business card, I am a president. In my head, I'm a developer. But in my heart, I'm a gamer. Gunpei Yokoi? Ken? I don't even know who Ken Kutaragi is. Going crazy with Ken? Going with Crazy Ken? Nope. Who is known as the father of video games? Who created the first home console, the Magnavox Odyssey? Ralph Baer. We know this from a previous quiz question. Who is the creator of Tetris? Alexei Pajitnov. Which of the following games did not involve Gunpei Yokoi? Mario Paint did? I don't know. Fire Emblem? Nope. Which Nintendo console was not created by Gunpei Yokoi? The Wii? The Game & Watch. What? Really? How old is this guy? What is the name of the director of Konami's Metal Gear series? Hideo Kojima. Which is not a game by sound magician Kenji Eno. Yeah, I know he died. Enemy Zero. Which is not related to Chris Roberts? Who the fuck is Chris Roberts? Music dude? Which is not a work by John Carmack, who helped popularize FPS game. Unreal, I think? Yeah. Which is not a work by Yu Suzuki, who led Sega's golden age. Yakuza? Which is not a game by Will Wright, famous for the Sim series. Simple 2000? The Tennis? Spore sounds like a natural evolution from the Sim games. Which is not a game Sid Meier was involved in. F-15 Strike Eagle? Populous? Okay. Which is not a game by Peter Molyneux, the creator of the God game genre. Fable and Black and White are... I assume Command and Conquer. Which is not a work by Shigeru Miyamoto, known as the master of Miyamoto's table flip. As what? Starlancer? Known as the master of Miyamoto's table flip. Which is not a work Hironobu Sakaguchi, the father of Final Fantasy, was involved in. I don't know. Sandland? Okay, sure. Which is not a work Choi-Yun Gui, the father of Legend of Genesis, was involved in. Lickness? Where's Ligma? Who? What? I played The Legend of Genesis, actually. Oh. Quiztism. I've not played any of these other games. What the fuck is Lickness? It's definitely a game by that guy. Which is not a work Ron Gilbert was involved in, the creator of Secret of Monkey Island. Total Annihilation? Nope. Oh boy. Which is not a work Tetsuya Nomura, creator of the Kingdom Hearts series, was involved in. Star Ocean, okay. Which is not a work Shinji Mikami, the father of Resident Evil, was involved in. Dino Crisis or Death Stranding? Death Stranding. Which is not a work Tetsuya Mizuguchi, master of the music games, was involved in. Tetris Effect? Beatmania? Sure. General games. Okay, better. Which of the following games features Ryu Hayabusa as the hero? Ninja Gaiden? Which of the following is the name of the Master of Betrayal who frequently appears in From Software's Souls games? Carmine? Hatches. Which of the following is not a gun shooting game? Gunbird? Which fighting game features protagonists who transform into animals? Bloody Roar. What is the name of the protagonist of the Ghosts and Goblins? Arthur. Which of the following shooting games uses a different scrolling style? Nemesis or Raiden? Nemesis. Which of the following is not a sandbox-style action game? Xenosaga? Which of the following does not emphasize stealth elements? Oneshambara? Is Oneshambara the zombie killing game with bikini ladies? Yes. Which of the following is not a Musou-style game? Is Musou the massive amount of enemies type game? Tales of Heroes? Yes. We'll never know. Which fighting game does not feature Akira Yuki from Virtual Fighter? Fighters Megamix? It's all in Japanese. Akira. Akira is in Fighters Megamix. Just look for the Ryu. It's gonna be yellow, I guess. Come on. Which of the following games was released only on Dreamcast? D2? Which of the following does not appear in the PS3 animal survival game Tokyo Jungle? Shark. Which of the following is not a game with a ninja as a protagonist? Sword of Sudan? That's like a gladiator, right? Which of the following is not an RPG? Betrayal at Krondor? King's Quest is a point-and-click adventure game. Which of the following games was not adapted into a movie? Not adapted into a movie. Sword of Sudan? Blood Rain. Blood Rain was adapted as a Uwe Boll movie, right? And I watched it. Blubberella? Is that the one? Is that the same? Is that the movie? That is Blood Rain? I watched Blubberella. It's terrible. Every answer is Sword of Sudan. Yeah. Blood Rain. You kill Nazis as a vampire. In Blubberella, you kill Nazis as a very obese woman vampire. Slash, like a vampire human hybrid. Which of the following is not a snowboarding game? SSX? Well, Jet Set Radio. Which of the following games was released the earliest? Alone in the Dark? In Sonic the Hedgehog, what does Sonic collect while moving? Rings. Which robot action game was released by From Software? Armored Core? Okay. Which endless city building game was developed by the American studio Maxis? This is important because I can get silver here. SimCity? Nice. Games for Sega consoles. Which of the following is not an RPG released on the Mega Drive? Golden Axe? Which of the following is not an action game released on the Mega Drive? Streets of... what? Wonder Boy 5? No. What? Yes, action game. Define action game. There's action in Streets of Rage. There's action in Alien Storm. I don't know what Vermilion is, but it's correct. Which of the following is not an action game released on the Mega Drive? I mean, Truxton is a shmup. Shinobi is definitely an action game. Altered Beast is an action game. I don't know what DJ Boy is. Sword of Vermilion? Ew, ew. DJ Boy was an action game on the Mega Drive. DJ Boy. I guess it was. Why are you playing as a construction worker in DJ Boy? Oh, you have skates. Oh no. Why would you have skates? You've seen this Agusa Grande. Of course. Which of the following is not a shooting game released on the Mega Drive? Ghouls and Ghosts? Which of the following is not a simulation game released on the Mega Drive? Herzog 2 is an RTS. What do they mean by simulation game? I'm gonna go with Herzog 2. What is it simulating? What is Herzog 2 simulating? Which of the following is not a puzzle game released on the Mega Drive? Galaxy Force. Which of the following is a Castlevania spin-off released on the Mega Drive? Is this a trick question? Rondo is on the Mega Drive, I think. But what is Vampire Killer? I guess it was Vampire Killer. Vampire Killer. Genesis. What? This is just... Isn't this just Rondo? Oh, it's Bloodlines. It's Bloodlines. It's Bloodlines. Right. But this... Oh, Rondo of Blood is PC Engine. Oh. Okay. Which of the following is not an RPG released on the Mega Drive? Echo. Which of the following is not a treasure game released on the Mega Drive? Sylphie. What? Okay. Wait, what? The other three were treasure. No? Well, it was Dynamite Headdy, Gunstar Heroes, and what was the left one? It was definitely another treasure game. Which of the following is not one of the four infamous... I don't know. Infamous Kusoge. Which of the following is not one of the four infamous Kusoge on the Mega Drive? There's only four of them, guys. There's only 4 Kusoge on the Mega Drive. The other 800 games are like, mwah. I mean, Sudan and Rastan are probably gonna be considered Kusoge. I don't know what XDR and Death Crimson are. Death Crimson. Guardian Heroes is a Saturn game. Oh. Which of the following is not a Sega Saturn launch title? One Chai Connection mentioned? What? What? Huh. Does this game actually have, like, a following or some shit? Oh. Finally! I have a Panzer Dragoon demo. I don't know. I really don't know. Panzer Dragoon. Which of the following is not an RPG released on the Sega Saturn? Idlide is an RPG, and Heroes is a beat 'em up. Yeah. Which of the following is not an RPG released on the Sega Saturn? Oh god. Panzer Dragoon RPG. Terra Diver. Which of the following is not an adventure game released on the Sega Saturn? Who the fuck knows? Sakura Wars is an RTS? Oh. RIP. Which of the following is not a fighting game released on the Sega Saturn? Which of the following Sega Saturn games supports 6-player simultaneous play? Victory Goal? No. Which of the following is not a flight shooting game released on the Sega Saturn? Silvergun is. Parodius is. Enemy Zero. Which of the following is not an RPG released on the Sega Saturn? What is Police Knots? Like, it's more of a point-and-click adventure, right? Yeah. Which of the following is not a shooting game released on the Sega Saturn? Baroque? Which of the following Sega Saturn games is played using only audio with no visuals? D is a horror game, right? Machi. Who the fuck knows? More Sega. Which of the following is not a simulation game released for the Sega Saturn? Dynamite Cop? Which of the following is not an action game released for the Sega Saturn? Tokimeki Memorial? Wait, Virtual On Cyber Troopers? Virtual On is a golf game, right? Cyber Troopers? It isn't? Mech Shooter, okay. Memorial. Which of the following is not a fighting game released on the Sega Saturn? Guilty Gear was PS1. Which Sega Saturn game is infamous as the worst Kusoge, also known as Death Sama? Death Mask? No, I guess it was Death Crimson. Which of the following Dreamcast games does not require a dedicated controller? Which Dreamcast game uses a microphone for voice input? Which of the following is not a fighting game released on the Dreamcast? Which of the following is not a simulation game released on the Dreamcast? Up to how many players does the Dreamcast puzzle game Choo Choo Rocket support? Wow, it doesn't do 8? I thought it did 8. Is it like 7 or something? You can play with 2 people on one controller, right? One uses the D-pad and one uses the buttons. I thought it was 8. Whatever. Genesis was released on the Dreamcast. Which numbered entry was it? I don't know. Genesis 2. Which of the following is not a racing game on the Dreamcast? Bus Guide? Which Dreamcast simulation game turns a struggling game company into an industry leader? Sega Gaga! Sure. Which Dreamcast rhythm game features Michael Jackson? Space Channel 5 Part 2? There was a Dreamcast game titled LOL. What does it stand for? Legend of League. League of Legend. Last of Love. Lack of Love. Okay. Among RPGs released on the Dreamcast, which has the highest numbered title? Grandia has 3. I don't know any of the others. Grandia has 3. There's a third Grandia. Oh, they mean that. No, I think they mean in general. They could mean anything, this question. Grandia. No, whatever. Which of the following is not a Sega Mark II or Sega Mark III My Card game? Hang On probably is. I think Wonder Boy is. I think Teddy Boy is. Nope. Which of the following is not a Sega Mark III game? Phantasy Star 3? Which of the following is not a Sega Mark III game? Is the Sega Mark III the Master System? East Arcade? Which of the following is not a Mega Drive game? Answer. Which of the following is not a Mega Drive 32X game? Streets of Rage 3. Stupid game. Right. Nintendo consoles. Which of the following was not a Super Famicom launch title released on November 21? It loves these not questions, right? It loves these not questions. It's so annoying. Which of the following was not a Super Famicom launch title? The Legend of Zelda? Which of the following is not a Final Fantasy title that debuted on the Super Famicom? 3? Which of the following Final Fight games was not released on the Super Famicom? Tough? Never heard of it. Which of the following games did not debut with its first installment on the Super Famicom? Final Fantasy Adventure? Which is the first Legend of Zelda series title released? Link to the Past. Which of the following is not an RPG released on the Super Famicom? Final Fantasy. Which of the following is not an action game released on the Super Famicom? Streets of Rage 3 again? Which of the following is not an adventure game released on the Super Famicom? What? Shibuya Scramble. Sure. Which of the following is not a Super Robot Wars title released on the Super Famicom? Which of the following is not a shooting game released on the Super Famicom? Star Fox and R-Type R. Raiden Trad? Never heard of it. Which of the following is not an action game released on the Super Famicom? Isn't Contra Hard Corps Genesis? Yeah. Which of the following is not a fighting game released on the Super Famicom? Getiku Pro Yakyu? I think the others are. Which of the following is not an RPG released on the Super Famicom? Landstalker is... But is that an RPG? It's Mega Drive only. Which of the following Final Fantasy titles was not released on the Game Boy Advance? I think the original 2 were. And then 4, I don't know. 3? Okay. Which of the following Koei Romance of the Three Kingdom titles was not released on Game Boy Advance? This is a question. I got it right. Which of the following games cannot be played in the Game Boy Advance Famicom mini-series? Mappy? Mappy is a Namco game. Nemesis? Which of the following games cannot be played in the Game Boy Advance mini... Ugh, come on. Adventure of Takahashi Meijin. Nope. Which of the following games cannot be played in the Game Boy Advance Famicom minigames? Come on. Altered Beast, Sega. Which of the following Captain Courtroom series titles was not released on the Game Boy Advance? Capcom Courtroom series title, okay. Green? Which of the following is not a detective game released on the Game Boy Advance? What? Conan is. What are these questions? And every time it buffers to go again. This game gives me a headache. Which of the following is not a game for the Family Computer Disk System? Metroid. Which of the Wario's Woods is SNES? I think it's NES as well. Which of the following was not released on the Famicom? Which of the following is the first Pokemon series game released on the Game Boy? Which of the following was not released on the Super Famicom? We just established that Rondo is a TurboGrafx CD only game. And it's called Dracula X on the Super Famicom. Well, I guess it isn't. Which of the following was not released for the Virtual Boy? Which of the following was not released on the N64? Which of the following was not released on the GameCube? Which of the following was not released on the Advance? Which of the following was not released on DS? Which of the following was not released on Wii? Punch-Out? Mario Party 8 is on Wii. Yeah, but like Punch-Out Wii, is it just called Punch-Out? Which of the following was not released on the 3DS? FIFA 19, are you sure? My god, alright. Which of the following was not released on Wii U? Mass Effect 3? It was? Which of the following was not released on Nintendo Switch? Which was not released on Switch 2? Which was not released on Switch? Which was not released on Switch? Which was not released on Switch? One, 3, or 5? 5? Which was not on Switch? Which was not on Switch? Which was not on Switch? Sony consoles. Which of the following is the default storage medium for the PlayStation 1? Which of the following formats was not supported by the PS2? Which feature in early PS3 models attracted attention at launch? Backwards compatibility. Which feature was newly added to the DualShock 4 controller for PS4? Touchpad. What is the biggest hardware feature of the PS4 Pro? 4K output support. What's the difference between the PS5 Disc Edition and Digital Edition? Presence of a disk drive. What's the official name of the PS5 controller? DualSense? What is the storage medium of the PlayStation Portable? UMD. What feature differentiated the PSP from its competitors? Online updates? Multimedia playback? But it had online updates too. Whatever. Maybe other... Wait, what? I guess the DS had online updates as well, which was its competitor, right? Yeah. Okay. Which standard was used for PSP memory expansion? Memory Stick Duo. What is the successor handheld console to the PSP, the Vita? What is a key display feature of the PS Vita? OLED touch display. Which of the following elements did not exist on the PS Vita? UMD slot? Which is a feature of the PS Vita TV? Home console output support. What is the biggest feature of the PlayStation 1? Compact design. Which button was removed in the post PS4 generation? Select. Which of the following is a correct feature of the PSP Go? No disk usage? What is a feature of the PS4 Slim? Smaller and lighter design. What was a common game save method in consoles before the PS2 era? What do you mean before the PS2 era? The PS2 era still used memory cards. Which PS5 model does not include a disk drive? Digital edition? We got gold! Why are there so many more? There's so many more. FK got gold? I got all of those. Which of the following games was not released on PlayStation 1? Uncharted. Which of the following is a representative rhythm game of PS1? Parappa. Which of the following series first debuted on PS1? Ape Escape. Which of the following is not an RPG for PS1? Persona 4 Golden. Which of the following games was not released on PS2? Bloodborne. Which of the following is a representative PlayStation Studios action game from the PS2 era? Action game. God of War? Which of the following is a PS2 racing game? Which of the following is a stealth action game released on PS2? Which of the following games was not released on PS3? Which of the following is a representative PS3 exclusive series? Which of the following is the first From Software title released on PS3? What is the name of the online service that started on PS3? Which of the following games was not released on PSP? Oh shit. Gravity Days? The others are. Which of the following is a representative rhythm action game on PSP? Which of the following Monster Hunter titles was released on PSP? Oh, shit. Portable third. Which of the following Resistance series titles was released on PSP? Retribution? Which of the following games was not released on Vita? Oh no. Marvel Spider-Man. Which of the following... Good thing that I played Marvel Spider-Man. Which of the following is a PS Vita exclusive that uses front and rear touch? Tearaway? Which of the following is a hunting action game for PS Vita? Monster Hunter World? No, that's not on Vita. Soul Sacrifice. Which of the following games was not released on PS4? Ghost of Tsushima? Little Big Planet 2? Was that PS3? Gold! Apparently we're PlayStation fans. Gags and memes! Gags and memes. Hello there. Mighty fine morning. If you ask me, I'm Waldo. This sounds like Alone in the Dark, maybe? Might and Magic? Are you sure, FK? It sounds like an Alone in the Dark thing, because that game is... No, okay, well... She's going to kill us all! Equipment disabled. Yeah, Other M. That's what I was looking for. Praise the sun. I got one. Die, monster! Majima Goromi, heart. Imaui? The dragon becomes me. This sounds like an Overwatch thing. Just Monica. Yeah, it sounded like an alt. Uh-huh. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. Even the worst person can change? Question mark? Press X to pay... What do you mean X? You mean F? Oh, controller, it's X. Even I know that meme. It's F. Sure you can. What is better, to be born good or to overcome your evil nature through great effort? El Shaddai, you died. Objection! Wasted. We aren't just gangsters, we're the saints. Somebody help me! Trust me. Zeus, your son has returned. I mean, God of War? What? This was very weird. Some of them were just quotes? Yeah, press X, guys. Which of the following has a different genre? 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 Oh shit. I guess all of them... I don't know. Which of the following has a different genre? Which of the following has a different genre? Oh. Which of the following has a different genre? POW is like a shmup. Bermuda Syndrome as well. Golden Axe. I don't know, man. Which of the following has a different genre? Platformer, platformer, platformer. What? Tobal is a fighting game? Oh. What am I thinking of? Tomba? Ugh. Which of the following has a different genre? Which of the following has a different genre? Which of the following has a different genre? Man. Shinobi, Bloodstained, Grime, Echo. Which of the following has a different genre? Which of the following has a different genre? The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog. Which of the following has a different genre? Tokyo Extreme? Tokyo Extreme! Dang, man. I wish I was playing Tokyo Extreme. Which of the following has a different genre? Which of the following has a different genre? Which of the following has a different genre? Like, my brain isn't even registering the answers anymore. Which of the following has a different genre? Which of the following has a different genre? Which of the following has a different genre? I don't care anymore. Oh, I did it again. Game makers. Which of the following games was developed by the American developer Origin Systems? Which of the following is not a game developed by the American developer Westwood Studios? Which of the following is not a game by the Japanese developer Namco? Which of the following is not a game by the Taiwanese developer Softstar? I don't care. Which of the following is not a game by Ryan? Polish studio CD Projekt Red. Which of the following games is I don't care, dude. Which of the following is not a game developed by the American developer inXile Entertainment? Which of the following was developed by games Surtech. Desperados and Commandos is by the same people. Which of the following is not a game developed by the American developer Volition? I don't know any of these. Which of the following is not a game by the Finnish developer Remedy? Oh. Painkiller or Quantum Break? Painkiller. Which of the following is not made by Quantic Dream? Fahrenheit? The others are all by the same, no? Until Dawn is British. American Telltale. The Wolf is... Batman is... Minecraft is? Which of the following is not a game by Supermassive Games? Oh. Sherlock Holmes. Which is not by Rockstar? Manhunt or Sleeping Dogs? Stroking Fogs? Japanese Arc Sys. Guilty Gear. Guilty Gear is... I don't know the other ones. Arc Sys is not Arc Systems, by the way. I should not say Arc Sys because it's different. Wizard Harmony. Who the fuck knows? Not by Capcom. Yellow or red? Is Sengoku or Dragon Knight Capcom? I don't know. I guess it was Dragon Knight. Which of the following is not by Konami? FIFA is not by Konami. ISS is by Konami. Which of the following is a game developed by Kojima? Wait. Which of the following is a game developed by Kojima Productions? Death Stranding, because the other ones are... Sony? Which of the following is not a game developed by the American developer Supergiant Games? It was Konami? General games. Which interactive drama game explores the boundary between humans and androids? Detroit. Become Human. Which hunting action game involves hunting giant monsters and strengthening equipment? Which Zelda series title features a time loop concept where you must stop the end of a town and the world under time limits? Which sandbox game lets you build and destroy blocks to create an infinite world? Which action game is about taking revenge against gods from Greek mythology? Which artistic indie game combines the flow of time with puzzles? Which open-world game combines survival and parkour in a zombie-infested city? Dying Light? Which emotional adventure game involves crossing deserts? Which roguelike action game makes you stronger through repeated death? Hades? Which game delivers an anti-war message by portraying civilian survival during wartime? Which open-world game lets you control everything through hacking in a modern city? Which action RPG is set in a future city where reality and virtual worlds collide to solve crimes? Which party game takes place on a spaceship where you find a traitor amongst the crew? Which healing farm life situation simulate... Oh god, my brain. Which healing farm life simulation game focuses on farming and building relationships with villagers? What? Healing? I'm stuck on the healing part. Which narrative-focused adventure game lets you rewind time to face the consequences of your life choices again? Life is Strange? Which open-world RPG features dragons and allows free choices in a fantasy world? Which open-world adventure game features the hero of Hyrule freely exploring a vast world? Which action-adventure game uses a paper-crafted world where imagination solves puzzles? Caraway. Which cyberpunk visual novel is set in a virtual city where you work as a bartender listening to customer service? That wasn't Coffee Talk? Okay. What is the name of the quiz game you are currently playing? Oh, NEC consoles? Oh boy. What was the first home video console released by NEC? Guess it was the PC Engine. What was the card-based media used for PC Engine games called? Cue cards. Which expansion device enabled CD games on the PC Engine? No. Which console integrated the PC Engine main unit and CD-ROM functionality into one? What was the first... There... Yes, I am in pain, FK. This is very tiring and annoying. What was the first handheld game system compatible? What's the difference between PC Engine and the core graphics? In the handheld PC Engine GT, what does GT stand for? Game and television? In the handheld LT. Limited television? No. Super CD-ROM squared? No. I don't know! Which medium was used for saving data? Internal memory. What's the greatest legacy left by PC Engine series? CD media. What was the purpose of the CD Engine arcade card? Larger memory expansion. Which console was the main competitor of the PCFX? The Famicom? Really? It wasn't? What was the biggest advantage of the PC Engine HuCard compared to traditional cartridges? Small size? What was the correct role of the PC Engine CD-ROM 2 system card? I don't know! Operating the CD system. How is the PC Engine Super Graphics related to the original PC Engine? downward competitive model? I don't know. Approximately how many games were exclusive to the PC Engine Super Graphics? What was the main reason the PC Engine Super Graphics failed in the market? Lack of exclusive software. What year was the PC Engine released? What year was the PCFX released? Oh, consoles we never had. Microsoft consoles. Xbox. What was the biggest hardware feature? Built-in hard disk. What major hardware defect issue occurred? Red Ring. Which console was released as a successor to the 360? What position did the Xbox One X occupy? What? Next gen? What? What even was the Xbox One X? Was that like the higher level model? I don't know. Why was the Xbox Series X and Series S announced simultaneously? Performance and price options. Yeah. Don't forget that the Xbox One X came in an Xbox One X box. What service-focused strategy did Microsoft emphasize after the Xbox One? Subscription? What common philosophy was maintained from the original Xbox to Series X? Online-centric design. Which console was Kinect first released on? Well, how does the Kinect recognize the player? Which model overturned PlayStation's dominance in the North American market? Which console started the competition to become a living room entertainment hub? What? One? What? What strategic advantage did the Xbox 360 gain by launching before the PS3? Early market entry? Which service set the standard for online multiplayer? Xbox Live. Which genre showed strong performance for the Xbox 360? FPS. What was the codename used for the Xbox 360? Scorpio? It wasn't? Who cares? Which feature was enhanced in the Series XS generation? What? Quick resume? Which generation most aggressively expanded Xbox's backwards compatibility policy? Xbox One? What nickname was given to the initial model of the original Xbox controller? The Duke. What is the main feature of the Xbox Elite controller? Customizable buttons. Oh, you piece of shit game. Games for Microsoft consoles. Which of the following was not released on the original Xbox? Halo... No, Gears of War was 360. Which of the following is not an original Xbox exclusive title? Ninja Gaiden was on the GameCube, I think. Which Halo series title was first introduced on Xbox? Which of the following Grand Theft Auto titles was not released on Xbox? San Andreas was. 2, I guess? Which Silent Hill series title was released on Xbox? I don't know. 4 was on PS2, but that's not an option. Silent Hill 2. Okay. Which game was released on Xbox and later recalled for religious reasons? Blood Rain? Nope. Nazis are fine. Which Xbox game was bundled with a massive dedicated controller? Mech Assault. No, Steel Battalion? That was the one. Which of the following is not a racing game released on the Xbox? I don't know what Quantum Redshift is. The Drive Club is PlayStation. Which of the following was not released on 360? Sunset Overdrive. Which of the following is not a 360 exclusive RPG? Final Fantasy 13. Which series appeared first on Xbox 360? Gears of War. Which of the following was not released on Xbox One? Rise, Son of Rome? Halo Reach? Which of the following is not a JRPG released on Xbox One? Xenoblade is Wii. Which of the following is not a Japanese developed RPG released on Xbox 360? Dragon Quest IX? Which of the following was not released on Xbox One? Which of the following was not released on Xbox Series X? Which Halo series title was first released on Xbox Series X? I don't know. Which of the following is not an FPS released on Xbox 360? Which of the following is not a racing game released on Xbox One? Which IP represents the Xbox brand across all generations? Only bronze. There's so many more. Which of the following Sega ports was not released on the original Xbox? Which of the following is the first fighting game released on Xbox? I mean, Mortal Kombat was Xbox, but do they mean Xbox in general? Or do they specifically mean the original Xbox? Which of the following is a third-person shooter released on Xbox? Which of the following is a Musou-style game released on Xbox? Not yellow. The rest I don't know. Which of the following is a racing game on 360? Ridge Racer 6? Or Shutoku Battle 2? I'm gonna go with Ridge Racer. Which of the following is an action-adventure game released on 360? Dante's Inferno? Which of the following is an idle raising simulation game on 360? Oh, God. An idle raising game? Which of the following is an action game released on 360? Stellar Blade? No. Bayonetta was on 360? Okay. Which of the following is an FPS released on Xbox 360? BioShock? Which of the following games cannot be played with Kinect? Brink? Brink was a shooter. Which of the following is an action game released on the 360? Lollipop Chainsaw? Which of the following is an action-adventure game on the 360? Oh God. Yes, the 89 one. Which of the following is not an FPS on the 360? Metroid Prime. Which Oneshanbara series title was first released on 360? Bikini Babes? Who the fuck knows? Which of the following is an RTS game released on 360? Command and Conquer? Which of the following Alien franchise games was released on Xbox One? Which of the following is a shooter game released on Xbox One? Medal of Honor? Did they want PUBG? Which of the following is a parkour action game released on Xbox One? Which of the following Far Cry series was not released on Xbox One? 2? Which of the following open world genre games was first released on Series X? Starfield. No, every time it just restarts the level. Games for NEC consoles. Bonk. Which of the following was a launch title for the PC Engine released in '87? Which of the following is a god game genre simulation released on PC Engine? Populous, released on everything. Which of the following is not a shooting game released on PC Engine? Which of the following is not a sports game released on PC Engine? Which of the following is not a Kunio-kun Nekketsu series title released on PC Engine? Which of the following is not a racing game released on PC Engine? Which of the following is a dating simulation game released on PC Engine? Psychic Force is a fighting game. Kunio-kun is a brawler. Tokimeki Memorial? I got one! Which of the following is a side-scrolling shooter starring a robot released on PC Engine? Tekkaman? No. Which of the following became notorious for its significantly increased difficulty when ported to PC Engine? R-Type. Which of the following is not a Darius series title released on PC Engine? I got one. Which of the following Castlevania series titles was released on PC Engine? Rondo. Which of the following Ys series titles was not released on PC Engine? Ys 6. Which of the following is a horror adventure game released on CD-ROM 2 in the late period of PC Engine? Dead of the Brain? Yeah. Which of the following DC superhero games was released on PC Engine? Superman. Which of the following PC Engine games was famous for its anime-style cutscene direction? Valis. Which of the following is not a shooting game released on PC Engine? R-Type Delta was PlayStation 2. Which of the following is a Hudson Soft IP that represents the PC Engine? Bonkerman. Which of the following best showcased the strengths of the CD-ROM 2 on PC Engine? Ys? Which of the following PC Engine games was influenced by H.R. Geiger in its cover art? R-Type? No! Which of the following was the last game released for PC Engine? Dead of the Brain. I somehow cheesed an 11 out of 20 out of that one. Games for Sega Saturn. Which Sega 3D fighting game features Tokyo Gangsters as its protagonists? Last Bronx? Crows? Last Bronx. Which shooter game features a unique system that reveals enemy positions through sound instead of visuals? Enemy Zero? Which Hideo Kojima sci-fi adventure game supports the Virtua gun? Which Sega Saturn strategy RPG allows players to witness 100 versus 100 battles? Dragon Force? Okay. Which game supported up to 6 players simultaneously using the multi-terminal 6 peripheral? Guardian Heroes. What was the first million-selling game on the Sega Saturn? Sega Rally? Oh. Which game is Taito's shooting game Rayforce ported to the Sega Saturn? Gunbird. Which game had a real-time time limit of 2 hours? D? Deep Fear might be. No. Which Tetris game for the Sega Saturn was developed by Jaleco? Tetris S. What was the first cave bullet hell shooting game released on Sega Saturn? Donpachi? Nope. Which Sega Saturn game became a topic of discussion due to music participation by Queen's guitarist Brian May? Rise of Robots 2? No, that was Rise of Robots 1, right? I guess it is 2 as... There was a Rise of Robots 2? There was. Why? Why? How? Which Sega Saturn sports game is based on the Decathlon? Decathlete. Played that game. Which Alien game was released on the Sega Saturn? Alien Trilogy? Which Sega Saturn game turned the action game Golden Axe into a fighting game? The Duel. Which fighting game features characters from Virtua Fighter 2 and Fighting Vipers together? Megamix? Which Sega Saturn game based on the movie Die Hard is known for its distinctive QuickTime events mechanics? Dynamite Cop? Which Sega Saturn adventure game progresses only through sound, with no visuals? Real Sound. Which Sega Saturn action-adventure game features time travel, with 3D characters over cinematic backgrounds? Time Commando. Which Sega Saturn fighting game features giant monsters as its protagonists? Primal Rage. Which romance simulation game on the Sega Saturn features time and season-based events that change according to the console's internal clock? Tokimeki Memorial. No. There's 7 left. 140 more questions, guys. Only 140 more questions. Pokemon! Which of the following is not a basic starter Pokemon type? Wait. What do you mean? Bulbasaur. Is grass poison? Literally, Pokemon number 1 is poison type. What is the name of the building that heals Pokemon? What do you receive only after defeating a gym leader? What type is immune to fighting type moves? Where can you buy items in Pokemon? Where do wild Pokemon most commonly appear? Which type is immune to ghost type moves? Where can you leave Pokemon to be raised? What device records Pokemon information in the Pokemon series? Where are official Pokemon battles held? Which town do you first arrive at when starting the game in the Kanto region? Which type is immune to electric type moves? Who heals your Pokemon at the Pokemon Center? What is the profession of the person who researches Pokemon in the Pokemon series? Where can Pokemon be stored on a computer in the Pokemon series? Where do you challenge after collecting all gym badges in the Pokemon series? Where do you challenge? What is the role of the bicycle in the Pokemon series? Which type takes reduced damage from water-type moves? Which move is required to cross the sea in the Pokemon series? In Pokemon Generation 1, which location was commonly used for legendary Pokemon encounters? We got gold on the Pokemon one. Wow. More Pokemon. Which villain organization appears in the early Pokemon series? What is Pikachu's type in Pokemon? What is Bulbasaur's type combination? Well, it can't be poison, because poison is not a typing that you get for the first Pokemon, right? What is Charmander's final evolution? What is Squirtle's type? Which type is immune to ground type moves? What is the basic tool used to catch Pokemon? What is Team Rocket's main objective in the Pokemon series? In early Pokemon series, which stat represents the Pokemon's health? What is Snorlax's most representative characteristic in the Kanto region? In Generation 1 Pokemon lore, whose DNA was Mewtwo created from? Which status condition makes the opponent fall asleep? I wonder which one it is. Which type is immune to electric type moves? Didn't we already have that question? What do you call the Pokemon chosen at the start of the game? Which of the following is a ghost type Pokemon? What is the role of the Pokédex in the Pokemon series? Which item evolves Pikachu into Raichu? In early Pokemon series, how many Pokemon can be sent out at once in battle? Which company developed Pokemon? As of 2025, how many generations of Pokemon have been released? Fuck! 11? I guess not. Is it 10? What is the latest generation of Pokemon? Um, 9. Okay, sure. Scarlet and Violet was the last one. Okay. Shit, only silver. The Legend of Zelda. What is said to be the entity that created the world in The Legend of Zelda? The Golden Goddesses? What sacred relic left by the Golden Goddesses repeatedly appears? The Triforce. Which of the following is not one of the 3 elements that make up the Triforce? Wisdom, courage, and power. Time. What is the name of the male protagonist? Lunk. What is the name of the princess? What is the name of the final boss? What is the sword of the hero? What is the primary purpose of dungeons? Which UI element represents health? What is the basic currency? Which kingdom serves as the central setting? Which best describes the player's growth system? Equipment? Which title features a core system where time repeats in 3-day cycles? Which title emphasizes free exploration with a fully open world structure? Which title emphasizes motion controls while traveling between the sky and the ground? Skyward Sword. Which title represents the traditional 2D top-down perspective structure? Which title uses touchscreen controls? Which title prominently features object fusion and creative mechanisms? What? That was not Breath of the Wild? Which title centers its story? What else was it then? Which title centers its story on the boundary between dreams and reality? Okay. Which title reflects a theme of growth through the passage of time in both its story and gameplay systems? Growth through the passage of time. I am so tired of this game. Oh, we went from Zelda 1 to General Consoles 3. Okay. Cool. Which of the following is a first-generation console? Which of the following is not a first-generation console? Which of the following is a second-generation console? Which of the following is a combination of second-generation consoles? Which of the following is a third-generation console? Which of the following is a combination of third-generation consoles? Which of the following is a fourth-generation console? Which of the following is a combination of fourth-generation consoles? Which of the following is a fifth-generation console? Which of the following is a combination of fifth-generation consoles? Shoot me! Which of the following is a sixth-generation console? Which of the following is a combination of sixth-generation consoles? Which of the following is a seventh-generation console? Which of the following is a combination of seventh-generation consoles? Which of the following is not a seventh-generation console? Which of the following is an eighth-generation console? Which of the following combination of 8th-generation consoles? Which of the following is not an 8th-generation console? Which of the following is a 9th-generation console? Wait, what? My brain just gave up, I guess. Which was the first home video game console released in 1972? Which console had the highest launch price? Which of the following models had a speaker built into the standard controller? What was the official Korean release name of the Super Famicom? Which of the following consoles was released first? Which of the following is not a Nintendo console? Which of the following is not part of the MSX line? What? Which of the following devices uses the Symbian OS? I had one of those. Which of the following uses Windows CE OS? Which of the following is not a symbol shown on the PlayStation controller? Which of the following devices released in '83? Which of the following was released the earliest? Which of the following devices was released in 1990? Which of the following is a handheld console released by Nintendo? Which of the following consoles was not released by Sega? Which was the first series adopted CD-ROM? Which of the following was not a Nintendo product? Which of the following was released the latest? Which of the following is a base model rather than a revision model? Which of the following was not released in 94? No! Two more! Which of the following consists only of handheld devices? Which of the following consists only of Sega devices? Which of the following consists only of Nintendo handheld devices? Which of the following consists only of devices released in 94? Which of the following consists only of CD-based consoles? Which of the following consists only of 8-bit generation consoles? Which of the following consists only of handheld PC-style gaming devices? Which of the following consists only of devices released in 2001? Which of the following consists only of Sony devices? Which of the following consists only of devices released in 98? Which of the following groups devices from the same manufacturer? Which of the following was released in the same year? Which of the following is a Microsoft device? But was I blind? Which of the following is not a handheld device? What is the North American name for this Mega Drive? Which of the following is the oldest? Which of the following was released in 2001? Which of the following was not released by Sony? Which year was the Nintendo Switch OLED model released? Which of the following is not CD based? Bronze. Last one. Last one. Which of the following is the most recent device? PS1 is a revision of the PS1. Which of the following is an 8-bit generation system? Which is the most recently released Nintendo handheld device? In which year was the Atari Jaguar released? Which of the following was released in 2000? Dreamcast is a product of which manufacturer? Which of the following is a home console? In which year was the Xbox Series S released? Which of the following was released in 98? Super Famicom is Nintendo. 3DO, I don't know, 93. Xbox One X belongs to Xbox One Premium model. In which year was the Nintendo Wii U released? I don't know. Which of the following is the oldest handheld device? Which year was the PlayStation Portal? The PlayStation Portal released? The PlayStation Portal. I don't know what the PlayStation Portal is. Which device is considered symbolic failure of the 1983 North American video game crash? Streaming device. Which console was released through collaboration between Apple and Bandai? Which unique vector graphics console? Which of the following was released as a streaming-only remote play device rather than a traditional console? Bronze. Is that it? Are we done? We're done. I think we failed. We failed 1, 2, I think. Yeah. We didn't pass on 2 of them, but I don't fucking care. This was 5 hours of pain. Yeah. I beat it. And we haven't learned anything. That was awful.